Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CTWC GB Top 8, the premier event for Game Boy on the CTWC channel. I'm joined here by Chris Tang and Chris Bidwell.
So a big boom Game Boy Tetris for all of you. This is our first grand finals for CTWC GB.
I'm already learning quite a lot about this competitive scene. I know it's kind of bubbled underneath for years. I'm glad we're on the main channel. This is going to be a heck of a time. A happy Memorial Day weekend, everybody in the states and everybody watching around the world. Got the hand hearts there. It's gonna be fun. It's good. People are gonna be streaming their Game Boys directly to a camera. This is gonna be
Yeah,
crazy.
this
We
is
are gonna be
uncharted territory. It's the Wild West. It's like our first year of CTWC all over again. New
yeah,
hardware challenges and all of the entertainment that comes with it. It's going to
and
be a ride.
hopefully lots of clips of screw ups and if for people nervous on the broadcast today, don't worry about it. It's all gonna be great. It's gonna be a good time today.
Yeah. Yeah, and to those of you here watching, you're in on the ground floor. This is the Wild West of esports. You're going to get to see it grow before your very eyes. So, welcome and thank you for watching.
Oh, and like we said, we're going to play Game Boy Tetris today, and around the world, this is probably the more well-known classic Tetris format. CTWC has
Absolutely.
always been NES, but that was more popular in the States. Japan didn't even get our NES version, and Europe,
Mhm.
although they had their PAL version, the Game Boy was far more popular and well-known. So I think in terms of a worldwide setting from the ground floor, this might be a little more inclusive at the ground floor going forward. But let's. I'm excited to get this
Yeah,
started here. We got the
absolutely.
If
It's
top
the
eight
one
up.
that everybody knows. People know that the Tetris song, and that's because of the Game Boy version. Everybody knows it. Everybody's played it.
Absolutely. If I'm not mistaken, until Minecraft, Game Boy Tetris was actually the best-selling video game.
Yep, every single one of those Game Boys, however many tens of millions, they all came with a copy
Yep.
in all the regions. So here we go. And it's the exact same version. There's no PAL versus NTSC
Yep.
differences. I think the only little slight hiccup was there was a version one in Japan that had a different music set, but I'm still trying to find a copy of that. It's way too expensive. But everything else is exactly the same across the world. Some small differences between this and the NES version. We're going to be looking at a lot of left wells today. The rotation favors the left side as opposed to the right side. So you're
Yeah.
going to be kind of like make your British driving on the wrong side of the road jokes today.
Yeah, it's
Along,
gonna be yeah, the differences are gonna be extremely interesting to people who follow the regular CTWC, regular classic NES Tetris, and, someone might, watch this version of it and say, "Hey, there's something that's more appealing to this version or, like, a little quirk that might be different," and, you know, um, start a Tetris journey with Game Boy here.
yep.
And it's a great time to get
So,
into it as well, because you can actually, if you want to try it, play it on the Nintendo Switch right now, because it's
yep,
on
for free
the
with
Game Boy emulator on there.
the Nintendo Switch Online service, I believe, and that's a free download if you get the service. So you can play right away without complicated setups. Some of the other game differences, the playfield's only 18 rows high instead of 20 on the NES, so the aggression factor is going to be tamped down a bit. If you want to survive in this game, you got to take less risks, or else your board will top out quicker. And there's a stickiness factor. I guess that's the best way to describe it. When a piece settles on the playfield, the next piece spawns almost immediately, as opposed to that small frame delay that you get on the NES version.
Yeah, it's
So on
harder to
those two
tuck.
factors,
And the
yeah,
respawn time for the pieces, there is no delay. So when you see someone make a misdrop, the top out's going to happen within a blink of an eye because things are just going to stack up out of control. And there's pretty much not much of a room of recovery in
and the
terms of time.
speed, yeah, and the speed of the drops, it does top out at level 20 at 3, rate of 3, which is equivalent to level 18 speed on NES Tetris. But because of the respawn rate, because of that stickiness, it's going to feel a lot faster, especially if they're playing near the top of the board.
MJ also noting
Yeah.
in the chat that pieces do spawn on row 17 as well,
Ooh.
which is definitely a pain, and the RNG is vicious comparatively to the algorithms that are used on the NES.
So I heard rumors that you get commonly 5 of the same pieces in a row, and it's like,
Specifically S's and O's. Because the
oh,
pieces don't spawn at the same rates as each other. For example, you have about a 10% chance per block of having an L block. Whereas you have a
Yeah.
roughly 17% chance of getting an S or an O piece.
Yeah, the
oh
L
boy.
is actually the rarest piece in the game. So you might see, over the years or months or however how fast our scene develops, people are going to be stacking differently to be more accommodating of a playfield to avoid being L droughted.
It's definitely a different parity paradigm. How about that for a phrase?
EuroChrisKA, if we can get you to pop your card in there and get yourself set up as soon as you can.
You'll notice that little yellow device in that green Game Boy. That is a capture device flowing out to the computer that will allow our players to all play on original hardware, but we get to see a clear screen in the game capture. So
Yeah.
some of our players don't have that. It's probably a pricey piece of tech. So we will see some old school, like on the right, just looking at the screen.
Now,
Yeah,
Uh,
luckily, EuroChrisKA has an IPS backlit screen, which is
oh,
absolutely
that's
sweet.
beautiful.
Let
Like
me
that
just,
makes me want to go out and mod my Game Boy right there. That's so spiffy and sweet.
oh, it's
I've,
definitely gorgeous. So today we're going to be doing, for the quarterfinals and semifinals, best of 3 level 9 starts. And then as soon as we get into the finals, we're going to be doing best of 5 level 9 starts.
and you can start at higher speeds. I believe it's I don't know if it's pressing A or it's holding. There's a similar technique in the NES version to starting at a faster speed, but the scores do not translate up. So if you start at level 19 or 9 heart, you still get the level 9 speed. So we start at level 9 for maximum point efficiency.
Correct. And if both players are ready, you can just give me a thumbs up on your cams there. And you can start the match in 3, 2, 1.
2, 1,
Tetris!
Tetris.
Tetris, Tetris. I get to do that with Chris Tag finally.
Yeah.
Away
And
we
they're
go.
off.
So
So yeah,
transition is still at 100 lines. So we're gonna see some, super aggressive play early on to maximize those points before
yeah,
things
level
get
9
crazy
is
later on.
more pivotal than ever. And yeah, the speed transitions happen differently than the NES Tetris. You've got it happening 11, 12, 13, and 14 all have it goes from 10 frames per row all the way down to 6. So every level you go up from 10 to 14, it increases by 1 frame.
We
Your
got
time,
Euro pressing down.
decreases. Why
MJ's
That's
not?
a
starting
nice,
off
yeah.
with
Like brings us back to was it was the first year in Portland at CTWC when Quaid was yelling, "When's it get fun?" When they uh, in the finals between Jonas and Mike Wizenek.
MJ's starting
Yeah,
off
I
with
mean, this
perfect
is a
Tetris
throwback to
efficiency.
when we started CTWC and we had level 9 starts and B type and other kinds of rule sets. And as we develop, as this scene grows, we'll probably figure out different ways and adjust to make it as exciting as possible because a rule set has a lot to do with the enjoyment of the esport for both players and for the spectators.
We got MJ on the left doing a classic NES tile setup with the sloping board, but obviously the well is on the left side, not the right side. And we've got Euro doing the column 8 Tetris well. Look how aggressive he's
Oh,
getting.
yeah, extremely aggressive. And yeah, the DAS in Game Boy Tetris is a lot slower, so you're going to see everybody tapping to be able to get their pieces over. So it's almost like hyper tap is going to be the dominant style out the gate
Absolutely.
until
Hypertapping
people roll.
extremely
Yeah,
common and rolling not really a thing, although technically possible if you were to use a Super Game Boy and an SNES
right.
controller.
Would Super Game Boys be allowed because of the speed difference in the
So
hardware?
the Super Game Boy actually plays the game faster, which puts you at a slight disadvantage, so it would be allowed. The Super Game Boy 2, which is compatible with NTSC Super Nintendos, actually has no speed difference on it.
And it's translucent green, so it was the 90s. Color was important.
Yeah, that was the
Yeah, all
play it
these.
loud era.
So 89,000 for MJ on the left, 132 for EuroChris on the right.
Quite a
However,
lines
yeah,
lines
look at this
difference.
press
Yeah.
down. It's e- extrapolated over the course of the last 2 minutes of us babbling on about things.
Yeah, it's
He's
a
way ahead,
50% more lines on EuroChris's side, just pushing down and playing super aggressive. But
Mhm.
to get a rhythm and to make the best movement decisions, sometimes that's how you got to play.
look at that double line that EuroChris got. Decided not to take the Tetris, decided to build up with both of those lines. Crazy aggressive stuff in level 9. We always the debate in the CTWC, the NES scene is we don't want level 18 starts anymore, but some of us people that don't watch the scene month in and month out, we kind of appreciate the daredevil play on level 18 with the rollers. The level 9 play here is take that factor even higher. We're going to see some really crazy moves near the top of the board at level 9.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And ChrisKA is very well known as well for just moving his well around. Like right now, he's going right well, which is not optimal, but at these speeds, he doesn't really care where it is.
Yeah. Trying to get all those points in before first transition at 100 lines.
Which, speak of the devil, we're about there. I think that says 99.
It's 88 currently.
80. Okay, see? Despite that modded screen, it's the reason I have to squint and look at the screen is because I played on a black and white Game Boy back in the 80s and 90s, so that probably ruined my eyesight.
Hmm. MJ using great efficiency here, just hitting 151,000 to EuroChrisKA's 224.
So, the strategy, the argument with the pressing down versus not pressing down in the old CTWC days was how much information do you give your opponent about your gameplay? And we're going to see a version of that argument on steroids here as
Yeah.
EuroChris is going
Vastly
to be
different
way ahead.
progression. Yeah.
So MJ will have all of the information and know way ahead of time what he needs to score
Right.
later on. But we do not
'Cause,
have same piece sets either, so that's going to be somewhat different here.
Which is
again, this
something that we
particular
are working
situation.
on in the community. We are trying to get it to the point where we can have set seed runs. But there is something kind
Awesome.
of Wild West about going back to the days where you couldn't control the RNG.
And even today, there's some argument that this is the more pure version of the game with two players with two different piece sets, just doing the best they can. There's arguments both ways, and it's nice to see a different version of that. Not everybody needs to be exactly the same for every tournament.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole point of exploring different games and having a different format. Uh, can be interesting and give players who might want to try something different or get into something on the ground floor, a new place to explore and adapt. We'll adapt the rules and the rule sets and everything as we explore this new platform, new old platform.
So
The
after
oldest.
transition, oh, the best. After transition, EuroChris has stopped with the press down play, even though the level 12 speed isn't that much significantly faster than level 9. He has transitioned back to a traditional let the game come to you, just focus on piece placement
And yeah, the
and don't
levels are
really
going to
think about.
happen.
Richard in the chat here asking who we have on comms and made me realize we did not actually introduce ourselves. So I'm Taylor, also known as Zayden. I'm here from the Game Boy Tetris Discord community, and then we have from CTWC Chris Bidwell and Chris Tang.
A lot of Chris's.
Too
That's why it's a
many.
CTWC.
Yeah. The Chris
See,
Tetris World of Chris's.
you noticed on EuroChris's, haha. See, he's only about 10 rows up, but you already see the Daredevil moves. One piece nearly stuck, trying to get that to the left.
Dirty Tetris. You're on level 14. up by 120,000 points, but with MJ all the way back at level 10, plenty of room to catch up. Another thing you'll
And
notice is that the line clear duration is a lot longer than Nest Tetris, so it gives you a little bit more time to think, and that's going to be critical later on as the pieces stack up near the top on the higher levels.
Yeah,
right,
that's
that
basically the only
emergency.
break that you get in this game because of the
Mhm.
piece generation coming in so quickly.
So 391 to 246, but you see the huge 40 line difference here. I can't even calculate if if you were doing like a bowling score, if that's enough runway to come all the way back for MJ. But I've looking at his board going back and forth, he's played a really clean game so far. So you got to imagine
Right.
efficiency wise, there's plenty of runway for him to make that comeback.
Are we having any booms today? I don't know if Chris Tank's feeling up to it.
Probably when they start hitting around level 18 to 19, they'll there'll be a little bit more tension and they'll be a little more special, especially since the we only get to level 20. That's the highest speed that Game Boy Tetris will go, and then it doesn't get any faster. But because of the other elements at play, the smaller play field and no delay between lockdowns, it does become a lot riskier to go for Tetrises later on.
MJ set up for a dirty Tetris, but had to burn it out there.
Like I said, the aggression, you have to be really pick your spots here. The pieces generate one row off the top, so like they're at row 17, and because it's an instant generation, if you're not ready, that will stick
Mhm.
to your stack and you get an instant game over. And we are approaching that final level here for EuroChris. And you see how look at the shaking here.
Yep, calm. And
My
boom,
goodness.
Tetris for EuroChris.
Now, EuroChrisKA
19.
plays in a super interesting style for Game Boy because he actually holds his Game Boy and plays with his thumbs.
Yeah, we're on the precipice of level 20 here.
So while he's still hyper tapping, he's doing it all with his thumbs.
That's gotta be a
And there it
gotta do
is.
some physical training for that.
Right? Whereas
200 lines, level 20.
MJ and a transition at 500,000 in competition is definitely respectable. 600,000 is like really really good, but 500,000 is definitely a good transition.
Especially with the scores start at a level 9 score of only 12,000 at Tetris. So you can
Yeah, you have to work for it.
but
MJ is playing a much more usual style, which is the crosshand hyper tap, which is very common on Game Boy.
Interesting. I play Street Fighter cross-handed, so I kind of know, the mindset involved with it, but I didn't know it was the thing on Game Boy until I just saw it today.
and yep, flat on the table. That's
Yeah.
gonna be another thing is the screen is on MJ is you got to concentrate with that blurry of a screen because that's not even the Game Boy Pocket. That is the old school Brick Boy,
Yep, that's
and
the
those
dot
those, those
matrix,
graphics are
pea green.
very blurry, very lots of blur when you
Oh,
with
Yeah.
motion.
absolutely. I myself have a pocket, a color, and a DMG, which is the original. And the brick Game Boy has so much motion blur that it's almost impossible to track.
Do we know if MJ is looking at the output or the LCD?
He's looking at the LCD screen on the Game Boy.
Oh, wow.
There's I would imagine there'd be
Lag.
input delay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually keep my DMG with a copy of Tetris in my desk at work.
So this is kind of a situation like in CTWC finals last year. EuroChris is in the not kill screen, the thrill screen, the pain screen, whatever everybody's calling it now. And he is so far ahead that he's going to probably play survival, scoring his touches when he can, waiting for MJ to get to the kill screen as well. And his fast play style of pressing down, his aggressive play style, is going to determine what MJ is going to do once he hits that level 20 threshold.
Right.
And that's where the tables can turn, because while you're giving information, you're also potentially, if you do well enough, putting a lot of pressure on the other player once they're already in the kill screen.
Yeah, they'll have to increase their aggression if they're too far behind.
And another rule that we should mention, if they both manage to get
Mhm.
to a max out, which is 300,000 points away, it's quite a ways away even for EuroChris right now. It's the line count will determine the winner. Whoever has the lower line count, the more efficient player.
Another
So how
20
many
Tetrises will do it.
That's it? How many times did it happen in the first round at all? Any double kills or any double max outs?
We have not yet experienced double max out in tournament play.
Okay.
We are on the
And
frontier here of
we could
having
see it.
a max out. Yeah.
Now, if we see a match between Scooty and ChrisKA, that could very well be a case.
I have my bell ready, so I'm
Nice.
sure nobody cares, but Chris Tan cares. That's all I care about then.
Oh no!
Oh,
In the
tap
blink
out.
of an eye, one misdrop, and the right side became inaccessible. Remember, right side is harder to get pieces over as as like the next left side. So yeah, top out just like that, and Chris takes the first round.
Absolutely. Chris, you can top out.
We were informed several times there will be no mullening. I know there's a broadcast delay, but that was great comedic timing.
An excellent match there. MJ starting off with 455,000. EuroChrisKA, last I saw, was somewhere in the 600,000s.
What's the seed for the R2 players today? I don't have the bracket up, sorry.
So I can actually pull that real quick here. Let me pop into studio mode so that you in the Discord can see it. So EuroChrisKA is the 2nd seed, MJ is the 7th.
Gotcha. Thank you. We can see why Euro has his number 2 seed.
There we go, and when both players are ready, we can start this next matchup in 3, 2,
2,
1.
1.
Tetris.
Tetris. The rocket's really slow in this version.
Oh, it's super slow.
And no no crazy jokes with buildings taking off. It's just plain old rockets.
There is a
We have
UFO, I believe.
at 500,000.
I'm not sure when it shows up. I remember seeing
Quite an
it. I might be
accomplishment.
wrong. I might be thinking of SNES or of NES rather. Yeah, sorry, yeah. Big Missile is the biggest.
Big missile.
Yep. Which has a full rocket ship with all the rigging and everything.
Yeah, it is a really good time to revisit Game Boy Tetris now, especially with the movie out. That was like a plot point in history and in that movie. So Game Boy Tetris being the pack-in game instead of Mario.
It was Steve Wozniak's choice. He sent in his scores Nintendo Power month after month, and they would stop taking him, so he started sending in his name spelled backwards. Don't ask me to pronounce how he had that written down, but
We still definitely have an open invitation in the Discord for the Woz. Anytime.
Did it actually get published with it spelled
yeah,
improperly? Oh, wow.
yes. When Game Boy Tetris CTWC becomes a full-time live event, hopefully we can get Mr. Woz to show up. That'd be great.
EuroChrisKA playing it really high there.
Yeah.
We have the game in your pocket, or game in your pocket with the Game Boy. You have the heart in your pocket there. and he's an aggressive player. Why change up? It's been serving him well through the qualifiers in round one.
The classic misdrop saying Game Boy plays better, which I definitely agree. I far prefer the Game Boy version.
Big discussion on Discord with Kataru speaking about the differences and how NES feels a little more refined with the DAS and the piece stops and the delays with the lines and Tetris scores and the piece generation, but you can tell they are very, very, very similar.
For me, it's that soundtrack. The Game Boy soundtrack, all three pieces of music are absolutely wonderful, and I just prefer them.
And when you got those crappy Game Boy headphones, the red and yellow earbuds, and you heard that stereo, that really came through. NES was in mono, so
Yeah, that's a good point.
and even
Yeah, I
chiptune
always,
artists today love themselves some Game Boy DMG chip tunes. So MJ's going to get this Tetris with one piece of cheese there on his row one. We'll see how they handle it. I would imagine T spin coming up if the T ever generates.
and there's a
Level 9
teaspoon.
T spin. Not much drama there. I think I can even handle that one.
Well, the lockdown is a little more strict on this, so I think you'll see T-spins and things like that a little less.
We had a really nice eye spin in tournament that was quite astounding because they're really hard to pull off on Game Boy.
Wow.
You'd have to relearn if you've played NES version, you have to relearn the timing, you have to relearn the placement.
Absolutely, and
Yeah.
even just placing safer. You can't take quite as many risks because the RNG can be so like there are many times a day when I'll get 5 S's or 5 O's in a row. And like 3 is super common, 4s are still pretty common, 5s are rare but still happen pretty regularly, and it's just you have to be able to handle having towers basically.
Yeah, I was studying up on what the differences were, and it turns out that in trying to prevent piece repetition, they ended
Ooh,
up making. Ooh, that's a misdrop. I was just going to talk about the L piece in particular. That it's well, unlike what you're seeing on the screen, it's supposedly the rarest piece and comes out 10% less than the common pieces. So
It
you
is
don't want
the
to get L droughted.
rarest, but when you get one, it's more likely that you'll get another one, which is exactly the opposite of what they
Yeah,
wanted to do. But the way that it works is on binary sums, and how many zeros or how many ones are in the
right.
binary code for each piece. The binary
And L
for
has three
L
of
is
them.
000.
Yep. 000. So yeah, it's the short explanation is that it's not perfectly random, but the long explanation is even more interesting, and that you're gonna get a repetition when you might not expect it, and if you're used to NES Tetris, it's pretty much a different beast.
EuroChris is struggling a bit here. Obviously, he's only ahead by the 20 lines instead of the 60
Mhm.
lines for the previous game. You could see him trying to think out strategy, going back to a traditional build. But as we said, the right well is not the traditional way in Game Boy Tetris. You want the left well.
Yeah, all the pieces are left biased, so if it's an uneven piece, then it's going to bias to the left when you rotate it.
But you also mentioned he did have that style popularized by Quaid and the NES scene where you kind of let the Tetris well dance around, go with the game, go with the RNG. Don't marry yourself to a particular well area. And again, look at the line generation there. Two double lines basically back to back.
And then another double line right here.
Yep.
Yeah, if you
And when
play the game for a while and get used to how the pieces are generated, then you can strategize around that.
normally I'm the conservative type. If I'm in scoring position for Tetris, I am not using that line even to fill a dependency. I'm taking my points when I can get them. But these players are intimately familiar with this RNG and know another
Mhm.
line is just around the corner a lot more likely than in a typical game. And will use that fact to their advantage.
Yeah, it's definitely the Game Boy giveth and the Game Boy taketh away, because you're either going to get a bunch of lines all at once or you're going to have a massive drought.
So 312 EuroChris, 199 MJ. We have transitioned for MJ, and looks like it was at a 40 line difference. Again, I got to squint.
Yeah, we're looking at 112 lines to 143 currently.
There's a huge discrepancy in play styles and points at the game. But MJ will have all of the knowledge of where he needs to be throughout the rest of this game, too.
Yeah, EuroChris building way up there, getting getting the points, taking the risks now while they can be taken.
You just focus on that piece generation. You just see how quickly that piece spawns. So relying on DAS is just a no-no because the you just don't have that extra
Yeah,
give to initiate the removal of the delay and DAS. And that's the joke is when you play a DAS style, the goal is to get rid of the D out of DAS to get rid of that delay. And that's a
Yeah,
lot
and
more difficult in Game Boy.
on
So
Game
tapping is
Boy, dassing on anything over level 12 is pretty deleterious.
fancy word, liking it.
MJ getting that left well set up, which is the optimal well in this version. Looking to bang down some more Tetrises.
EuroChris set up for a nice dirty Tetris there. See if he gets the line piece. And he does.
He's holding
Boom.
that well open just the last moment.
Hits his 400k there at level 18. Meanwhile, we've got MJ here with 283,000 at almost level 14 here.
Yeah, I feel like I'm not seeing as many droughts as I do on S Tetris. Just noticing early on here. You does your community have a special name for level 20? Like, I
Uh,
mean, it wouldn't really be a kill screen.
we've nicknamed it level K, but that's because of a ROM hack that exists that allows you to start on level 20. Which just
Look at that
because of the way
Tetris
that
by
it
EuroChris.
because of the way that
What does
the
that even
ROM
mean?
hack works, it calls it level K.
And
That's
we
the
have hit level 20, level K, I guess, for
that was the
EuroChris over there.
that was
466,000 points.
the filthiest dirty Tetris at that high of a level.
Yeah, that was a good dirty Tetris.
Absolutely. Chris transitioning a little bit lower than he did last time. He was at about 500k the last time that he transitioned to level 20.
MJ at level 15. So still 5 more levels to go. Banged out another Tetris at 336,000 points.
So the scoring for a Tetris at level 20 is 25,200.
25 or 24,200, yeah.
Easy math is 25,000 points. That shouldn't be too hard to do long range math.
I should have just made a table like
Yeah.
1200 plus 1200 plus 1200.
I'd been prepared.
I actually tried to look one up and I was just like, why is there no table for this stuff? And you know where I found the table? It's in the manual of the Game Boy game, but it only went up to level 9.
Level 9 is 12,000.
Yeah.
You know, for EuroChris, is fatigue going to be a factor? Because a Game Boy with batteries.
Oh yeah, has that ever happened?
It
Has
has
battery
not.
death ever ended a run?
Battery death has not yet ended a run. There is an adapter that you can get for your Game Boy as well to plug it in. And a lot of players with IPS mods do tend to play with them. I'm not sure if EuroChris does.
I don't see a cord out of the side. Did it come out of the side or the bottom?
I'd have to look at mine, but I believe it's out of the side.
That would get in the way, I would think, especially when you're shaking it and whatnot like that.
IPS mod kits can also come with Type-C ports, though, that you can plug in. They're rare, but they exist.
So MJ is approaching his transition, which is going to be what was Euros? It was in the 400s.
Euros was in the 460s.
All right, so with one more Tetris here, it's going to be about a 450 transition, assuming that MJ will transition with a Tetris. There it is, 430. So one Tetris difference at the transition, but 570 to 430. 63 lines ahead is EuroChris, but he is playing survival mode at the fastest speed that the game gives us. And that means to catch up, MJ will need at least 6 Tetrises just to get the same score. And if that's assuming EuroChris tops out right now. So a lot of trash to clean up, but you have to get into scoring position. I don't think survival at 1,000 points or so per single line is going to do the trick. And that's going to top off MJ.
Yeah,
a
just like
misdrop
that.
there, and
Wow.
it just means imminent death.
So yes,
And that was
EuroChris
just height
going to
10.
advance.
So EuroChris takes the first round of the tournament here and secures his place in the semifinals. You can top out anytime you like, Chris. MJ with some excellent
Rocket.
play, but unfortunately just not enough to take the win today. Thank you both very much for playing. We'll be seeing EuroChrisKA in the semifinals there, and we'll be right back here in just a few minutes. Hey. And we're back.
We are back. Really liking that bracket full of international flags. We're really getting started, this first event with a truly international stage. It is a World Championships for GB Tetris.
Putting the W
Right
in
out the gate.
CTWC.
Yeah, it could be like the WCTC. Highlight that world factor. And as mentioned before, this was the most universal version of the game released with no differences in the region, at least not significant ones. And they kind of had to have that with a portable system. You'd have a kid, take their Game Boy on a trip. They can go to any country they want, buy a game, and it would just work. No region lockouts and pretty much universal hardware across the world.
So just to introduce our two players here, I do have some info and unfortunately forgot to check it before the first match there. But we do have MarQ on the left there. MarQ is from Germany and got the highest qualifying entry score of the top 16 seeds for the CTWC GB tournament with a whopping 1.9 million points in his qual.
And that's just on this game. MarQ is actually a superstar on Nest Tetris. The amazing hyper tapper that just came out of nowhere. I think it was 2018, and I think I saw at I think it was Gamescom. MarQ's unique vertical grip and extreme hyper tapping speed served him well in Nest Tetris and will continue to serve well in Game Boy Tetris.
And Toni is... Sorry?
Go ahead. I was going to ask about the MarQ's game, but let's talk about Toni.
So Tony's from Switzerland. He's a max outer as well, and he actually on a train just before the competition beat Andrew's PB 3 times just practicing. And then he also took out Andrew, who's one of our Discord server owners, beat him in the top 16 there in our last tournament.
So I see a nice office for Toni, but I'm guessing he's on a table with the same cross style that MarQ has. That's kind of the accepted method of play.
I'm not sure if he's crosshand or regular hand. Tony's actually chilling out with Almio and Tolstoy currently, who are two of our other top tier competitors. And all three of them just like to hang out, and usually when we do tournaments, they're all together.
And to do that on a train, with that little crappy little airline style tray that comes out from the seat in front of you, it's got to take some concentration.
Absolutely. Well, you can see him here just practicing playing 9 Heart High 5 on Type B, which is ridiculous, as you can see him playing it.
You could just the rate at which you die is like so fast.
Yeah, it's painful. The second you make a misdrop, you're in some serious trouble. You have to have extremely quick hands to be able to resolve it. Scooty is I can't wait for you guys to see him play Game Boy because it's just ridiculous. He can actually recover extremely well. But for right now, we've got these two players. So if we can get them both to return to the home screen, make sure that their scoreboards are clear, we can get the next round underway. BlueScuti's in the chat saying that he's scared of MarQ.
Did MarQ just bless the Game Boy with a Mario Kart? What was that?
Toni, can I get you to restart your Game Boy there and get ready? Thank you very much, sir.
Can you A/B select start reset?
You can, but I don't think it resets scores. I think we're requesting a power cut
off.
too.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because of how fast-paced the top-outs can be, we definitely like to have a clear scoreboard. That way you don't score less than something on the board, and then we don't know what your score was.
Right.
Yeah. No high score from Howard in this version.
No. Howard couldn't even place.
Just got his Howard Phillips book recently about the his history working at Nintendo. So I asked a Tetris question as a Kickstarter backer on that, and
Oh, nice.
he goes into a bit about how that came about. So check it out. Got
You should
the
have asked him
beverage.
who the
I did.
programmer was. You
He said
did?
I did. They think it was. I don't have the answer from me. I'll have to put it. I'll have to screenshot and put it up in a Discord somewhere. But
Okay.
they didn't answer. But he didn't have a. He didn't know.
Oh.
He had an idea.
So I watched an interview recently, and apparently the programmer went and visited Hank himself, so Hank's gonna know who it is. I never thought to ask Hank, actually. I probably should have.
Yeah. We should find that person out because he's got to be in his 70s or 80s. I shouldn't assume it's a him. It was Nintendo. But we would definitely love to figure out both programs. I think, and then there's suspicion that they did both versions, NES and Game Boy. So
Mhm.
I think we have. So in NES Tetris, we have Hover 8 or Hover 3, and in this version, we have Hover Thumb.
Excellent. And now that both players are ready here, we can start off the match in 3, 2, 1.
1.
Tetris.
Tetris.
So you mentioned the qualifiers score uncapped and a 1.9 million for MarQ. How long does that take?
Quite a while. So I didn't personally see Mark's runs, but max outs can take a fair amount of time. I would say a 1.9 million is gonna take you upwards of 45 minutes.
Mark is like typing in between drops.
If you're on Discord, you can do the voice chat, man.
If you're as fast as Mark, why not?
Yeah, I know. It's just
In some games, that would be considered to be disrespect, but the line clears take so long in Game Boy Tetris. What else are you gonna do?
Oh, you're saying it was a 1.18 million, not a 1.8 million.
Oh, okay.
So that'd
And they
take you
had
probably around 35, 40 minutes for that.
they had an hour block to qualify or 2.
Andrew, how long in the chat there? How long was the qualifiers for this one? I didn't even try. 90 minutes they had to qual.
So if you have that deep run, you're basically get 3 games.
Exactly, yeah. So mind you, if you're on a run when your timer expires, you can finish that run. We're not monsters.
So both players play the more conservative, let the pieces drop, not a lot of press down. So we're gonna see more of an even pace match, so that we can kind of have a better comparison between the two.
Same lines, exactly. I mean, they are pushing down, but they're doing it at around the same level of.
You see right there, Tony's at
yeah.
the 12 height, so no more pressing down because one miscalculation will instantly end the game, even at the level 9 speed.
Yeah, if you watch the previous rounds, it just happens in the blink of an eye. Like 1 second will pass and it's all over, and if you blink, you'll miss it.
Tony's going to set up a dirty Tetris here, and like I said, we're going to see a lot of daredevil play.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, on MarQ on the left, my goodness, he's going to
That is
flat burn
so
this.
risky. Nice flat burn. Yep.
Excellent time for an O block there.
And
you
boom,
said that
Tetris for market, not a danger.
And even though it's a manageable speed, the RNG is so poor in this game that you have a formation like that and get 4 S's in a row or 4
Yep.
squares, and it's a game over.
So far we've got a prominent lead here in score by MarQ, sitting at 100,000 to Tony's 73, but they're both sitting at the same line count, basically.
MarQ had a little early anticipation of an S placement. Again, with the sticky pieces, with the piece generation, you have to time that last second last moment shift in anticipation of the next piece coming in. If you anticipate too early, you'll misdrop it just like MarQ did a minute earlier.
Oh, absolutely. Misdrops because you're anticipating the next piece are quite common. Unfortunately, it's a hard thing to deal with on this version of the game.
Yeah, I've actually not seen a recovery. Like when I see a misdrop happen that results in the next piece getting like messed up, it's usually fatal. I think that might be, one of the excitement frontiers for this version of the game is when we start seeing people get to the point where they can survive a mistake.
Yeah, and so far the only player in my mind that does it extremely consistently is Scooty at this point on the Game Boy version. But mind you, I have not seen MarQ play terribly much, so
But getting the kinds of
Tony's
scores that Marks did, there's got to be a reason for it. So we'll probably see why very soon.
There's only 12,000 at Tetris at this point, so there's still a
Yeah.
2 Tetris lead for Tony.
Yeah, as commentators, we have to adjust to the scoring is so much lower than what we're used to.
I should say 2 Tetris deficit for Tony, but math.
and absolutely, and even if you do start the game at higher speeds on Game Boy, you keep level 9
Yeah.
scoring. So
Yep.
well, you keep whatever level scoring. So if you go to because I know level 18 is a very common start on NES. If you go to level 8 Heart, you're using level 8 scoring, so you're not even getting 12,000 at Tetris.
Wow.
And 5 Heart, similarly, would have level 5 scoring, but level 15 speed.
Be a nice sudden death format just to start at level 9 Heart.
Yeah, I mean the games would be shorter if people top out, so it's
In other tournaments, we have had formats where the players can agree on a starting level that is not level 9. But for our first foray into
Right.
CTWC, we wanted to have some longer games to really show what the game's all about in all of its facets at all of its different speeds.
I agree. I'm enjoying, the way that this is developing and rule sets are going to be optimized and having things accessible and like this at the start is really a necessity, I think. I mean, the CTWC didn't start off with our current level 18 starts to begin with. We had type B and level 9 starts, so got to start somewhere.
So 158 Tony, 169 MarQ, about a 1 Tetris difference. Heading into the level 10 transition.
Hepta, currently we are running with no line cap on this. Just if a player maxes out, we take whatever line total they had when they maxed out, and whoever maxed out with the lower line count as the more efficient player wins the round.
Yeah, so they are incentivized to make Tetrises instead of other types of line clears, giving it a little bit more of a risk factor.
So we got a good back and forth game here. Mistakes will come with the DAS, not the DAS, with the entry level. You know what I'm saying.
With the entry delay, yeah, absolutely. The entry delay on Game Boy, again, is so unforgiving.
You might recall this game was used in the 2017 Nintendo World Championships.
That's right.
And nobody was prepared for it. These
I
kids who
remember
have barely
seeing
played
that.
Tetris, they
Yeah,
played at Heart Zero, so super fast for somebody who's not used to regular just playing Tetris at all. That's a really fast way to start that game.
Mm,
And my man Paste Cat got a couple Tetrises to take the win on that, but it did not turn out the way that the organizers had hoped.
right.
Nice T-spin there by Toni.
I was really happy that when I was watching that Nintendo World
Ooh.
Championship, the Game Boy Tetris, like the whole chat was saying "Boom Tetris" for Jeff.
Oh yeah, I was there live. I was
Yeah,
right with
that
them.
was the fad at the time.
I think that's literally why they picked it, because the meme had taken off.
Yeah, that was great to see.
Toni has incredible spins. I don't know if you caught that J spin he did there a little bit ago, but
He's seeing a
he
lot of good like management of the play field and versatility and piece placement.
If you have that in your arsenal, it's got to take you a long way in this game.
Yeah, this one especially.
'Cause it's not something. It's not a skill that you'd rather just make build your stacks to avoid those situations. But if you can learn that skill and be successful more than say 75% of the time, that puts you to great advantage.
absolutely, and Toni is definitely my favorite player in terms of just doing wild, risky spins. He tends to do them fairly commonly, and they almost always work out for him. It's amazing.
This is a nail biter here. We are level 15 for both players at the next
Mhm.
line for MarQ. The scores are virtually identical. So the
Perfect.
first mistake loses here.
Yeah, and once you pass level 10, it's every 10 lines goes. There's a level up, and looking at the every 2 levels at this point, it goes from 6 frames to 5 frames to 4 frames, and then finally at level 20, 3 frames per cell piece drops.
I said you don't want to get really past height 10 and both players are up there.
Ooh,
Tony's got to burn
yeah,
something.
fire gets that long bar all the way to the
Oh, the
left.
double.
Boom.
Gets a Tetris and a triple there.
And you see Tony like bringing up the neck, straightening it out. You wonder neck kink's got to be something with these players too, having to look down like this. It's not the best posture.
Oh yeah, neck
Yeah, it
fatigue
will
can
be.
definitely be a factor.
We when we start having live events for this, it's going to be so interesting because yeah, the player cam is going to be so different.
Should mount it in the desk.
Yeah, we might actually have to figure out some hardware standard for the setup so that it accommodates for different players. We might have to have like 3 cameras on a station or something.
Definitely going to need interceptors for all the players, which I believe run about 50.
That's not bad.
Another Tetris for Tony's playing in the middle columns here. At the faster speeds, that is an advantage, not having to get the line piece all the way over to the left. And as I say that, he sets up the left well.
It's definitely easier to get the long bar in when it's closer to the center, but the issue then is that you have to get trickier pieces over and nestle them in the correct way. So the brain processing that's required to do that and then get the piece all the way over to the left can definitely be a factor.
And I suppose you can over tap if it's all the way over to the left as well. You don't have to be precise with your number of taps.
Absolutely. Both players quickly
So,
approaching transition. Toni transitions at 467,000.
and with a Tetris, it'll just be about a 3 or a 420 for MarQ there.
But he
And
does
yep,
transition at 400,000.
So now we're at the traditional about 25,000 per Tetris. So we have a 3 Tetris deficit here. It's certainly manageable, and if one player tops out quickly, the recovery or the chase down certainly within grasp. We're going to play a survival game from here on out in our game 1 of the second game of round number 2, I guess, of the tournament, our quarterfinals.
yeah, quarterfinals. And right, keeping in mind that rule where if both players max out, it's the player with a lower amount of lines. So Tony is ahead on pace, which is what you want for that kind of victory.
We got a long way to go. As you see,
Yeah.
a good transition scores 500,000. You
30
see how much?
Tetrises to go.
Yeah, it could be quite a while.
Yeah, that would be funny if we had some kind of metric for how many Tetrises to max out, because that's more more of a factor in this in the game in this current state.
So 4 for 100,000, 4 times 5, 20 Tetrises.
Tony's board starting to get a little bit irregular there, but he does manage to clear out some of the garbage.
He's got the lead, so survival is key.
Absolutely. The last thing he wants to do right now is give Mark a goal to set his sights on.
But you see how quickly things can get out of order.
Yeah.
Tony is in deep trouble here, even though he's only halfway up the board. So will he clean? And
Ooh,
that's going to do it, unless he get a line. He gets the line
that's it.
in,
Well,
but
interesting.
he's still in danger here.
Gets the right pieces to clear it out. Digs back down.
Oh, and
Left side getting
that
messy.
S on the left.
Oh,
Oh, and a
this is
That's
misdrop
gonna
on
do
that
it.
O block.
unsurvivable. Tops out at 518, so Mark needs 519 to complete the chase down. Mark's board looking good.
And I'm guessing in this version, like in a level 29 NES Tetris match, you turn into survival mode. You stop going for the Tetrises. You take every single line, especially with that amount of delay that you get for that line clear.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. You definitely want to just line it out when you're in this kind of situation.
And it's not going to get any faster. So
And
just,
Tony definitely just falling victim to that stickiness on the Game Boy that's just a little bit faster than on the NES there.
He's playing aggressive, building up a bit here.
And just 60,000 points to go here for Mark if he wants to take the first point.
pretty sure he does. I mean, this is at this point, that's a time investment.
It's only best 2 of 3. We're gonna see a bit of a long chase down session, but keep it low. Not much drama for us commentators to talk about, but
Has there been any record keeping in terms of how long matches take
So
on average?
generally speaking, best 2 out of 3 is going to take roughly about a half an hour, usually.
Yeah, it's interesting when things are just starting out, then getting those data points and
look at
figuring
that
out.
square burst. What, 4 in a row
Ooh,
there?
yeah, that was a lot.
And the parity was not there for a proper square placement. Mark does get out of it. You see how quickly things could get out of control if you let it, if you kind of
Yeah,
lose your focus a little bit, start, texting your friends between line clears.
Absolutely, and if that could have just as easily been a ZS burst, which are just awful.
yeah, you've got less room to deal with it too than in other versions.
We have our Europeans here, so it would be Zs and not Zs.
I'm from the great white north of Canada, so here it's Z as well.
So 499, so about another 20 singles will handle it.
Or Tetris will do. I mean,
Yeah, well, yeah,
not
at this point, if you want to show off.
not impossible. It's the name of the game.
Now, if we had the Tetris Effect connected rules with the 2 minutes, that
Yeah,
could be an interesting wrinkle.
that would be very interesting. But yeah, as since it's still early days in this esport, figuring out a way to do that. I mean, if we do our jobs properly and get everybody hyped for this, and there's a huge audience, maybe Enhance will make that their their next big update, including a Game Boy variant. I mean, they kind of had like there's an Easter egg I think for that background and for that tile set, I believe, already in the game, but they
Yep.
don't have the timings yet.
Yeah,
But they
absolutely.
have
I
the
actually
music.
unlocked that. That game has like literally no stick, which is interesting.
So that does it.
Yep.
Mark has taken game number 1. And yes, get that wrist. Loosen that up. That's not comfortable.
I mean, we just
Absolutely.
let players play for a very long time. Then yeah, it can be a test of endurance for sure.
Congratulations to Mark on taking the first round there. We'll see in the next round if Toni can pull it back. Andrew in the comments saying Toni would have won that if he was on a train. Little hard to stream from it though. There we go. And both players being ready, we can start off the next round in 3, 2,
2,
1.
1.
Tetris.
Tetris.
Oh boy, did somebody just make a trainer pun? Boy.
Traintris.
Well, next year is the 40th anniversary of Tetris, so I think that would be quite the idea to have as many live get-togethers, as many different formats as possible. Toni with the early T misdrop there. Will require some cleanup. And you would think, oh, that's only halfway up the board. That's not that big of a deal. But as we saw, misdrop at this point in the board can
Ooh.
basically instant game over you if you're not careful.
Does manage to start clearing it out pretty quickly though. Makes it his first priority.
Yep, looks like it's yep. And we are Tetris ready.
So you're saying viewer count. We do have 100 viewers here. We do appreciate you joining us today on this Sunday on Classic Tetris.
The inaugural CTWC GB Grand Finals.
And Toni wearing that shirt there reminds me, we do have a CTWC GB shirt, which you can find by typing in #merch in the chat, as I'm doing right now. And Andrew did as well. And you can go there and buy one of those shirts. I need to do that as soon as this is done, because I haven't actually ordered mine yet.
Look how aggressive tone. Both players super high up there. You know, rolling on an actual Game Boy does seem problematic, so we are stuck at hyper tapping type
For now.
play speeds for now.
Someone's gonna do it. I
Yeah.
can,
Well,
yeah.
I guarantee you, if they do it, it's going to be on a Super Nintendo.
Well, I mean,
No.
I'm thinking they're gonna do it with the whole console, or you could probably shove it. Like the Game Boy Advance has a very wide body that might act. The original one, the wide one, that might actually be effective.
And does that have different input delays or processing delays versus a regular
I
Game
don't
Boy?
think that one does. I think it's actually straight compatible. Like,
Yeah, no, the GBA and the Game Boy Advanced SP are both fully compatible.
Well, I know they're compatible, but is it any? There's no emulation or downgrades of any input times.
Nope, everything's the same.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, a lot of players actually play on the SP because it has a backlit screen by default and a clickier D-pad.
Yes, very very low profile though.
Mm-hmm. And you can
One thing I
angle
will
the screen, which is also super useful if you're hyper tapping on a desk.
Yeah.
One thing I'll say about original Game Boy, the buttons are very nice and smooth and convex, not concave like an NES button. In fact, I have my NES controller with Game Boy D-pad and Game Boy buttons on it, and when I play
Oh,
long
nice.
play sessions, it's much better on the thumbs.
Oh, absolutely. The ergonomics on the Game Boy for being the same time period as the NES, the ergonomics are just so much better on it.
Yeah, and it felt like they put more time and effort into making that thing since you're stuck with it and it was the only controller you're going to have. They made that really high quality.
So another close game, 97,000 for both players, 53 lines, 57 lines.
They're neck and
Uh,
neck.
hey,
Hey,
brought it back. We did it.
had to be done.
Yes. I had to have you do it, though. I couldn't break that seal.
The sacred neck and neck seal.
We've had a few in the chat already. Tony pulling ahead with an extra Tetris here.
So I guess for play styles, we could probably, instead of DAS and tap, we'll have like crosshand or thumb grip, thumb icons and stuff.
Thumbs are definitely on the rare side, but we do have some notable players, especially EuroChrisKA, who do play thumbs.
Yeah.
I'm a thumb player myself. I haven't gotten the hang of tapping on a table yet.
Uh, yeah, I'll
Transition
have
coming
to.
up at 100 lines to level 10.
Mhm. I'll have to run that by Vince if we start expanding more into Game Boy, have some icons and stuff for that. Yeah, that's kind of cool that MarQ is a very experienced NES player, so we're gonna have some crossover talent,
It would
setting
be
a high
interesting
bar. Ooh,
at a
line
live.
spin.
Nice. If we went live, would we require our players to bring their own equipment?
I think we would have a certain standard available, and if people want to use those stations, especially if it has like the GB interceptor, like that might be preferred. But then we'll have a way if someone wants to use their own Game Boy because that's their control pad, then we put
Yeah,
the interceptor on that system.
a lot more factors for sure. It's not just a plug a Nest deck into a capture
Yeah.
device and go.
Yeah, I would say having interceptors available and then just have the competition bring their own Game Boy to the event. I mean, pretty small and easy to pack.
Bring a couple Super Nintendos with Super Game Boys in case people want to do that.
Hmm. Yeah, the only challenge with that is that you definitely want the SGB2, and you do need to slightly modify the North American console for it. There are two tabs that sit in the game
Oh
cart
yes,
port, and you need to cut those out with some pliers.
Yeah, I mean, does anybody even have one that's not modded like that yet? Because all of mine were done day one back in the day. Like, I'm just like pliers.
Yeah.
Actually, the first thing I did was when I had a Super Famicom first, and I just opened the thing up and I played it without the top on. It's a lot harder to fit a Super Nintendo cart into a Super Famicom than the other way around.
it's
Yeah.
curved.
The original Super Game Boy basically took the Super Nintendo's processor and made it 20% speed, which is actually still 3% faster than the Game Boy. So
Huh.
all games run 3% faster.
Ah, interesting.
But the SGB2, which was only released in Japan, resolved that issue completely.
But you
I'm
definitely do
gonna
not
guess those
want
are really expensive.
Not really,
like 50 bucks.
actually.
Really?
About 60 Canadian fun bucks.
Okay.
What you definitely do not want is GameCube Game Boy players.
Oh
That
god,
is some
no.
definitely input lag.
Oh, really? I didn't
And
know that.
Mhm.
well, and the GameCube controller has the smallest, mushiest,
Oh,
crappiest
whoa, whoa,
D-pad,
Mark, Mark,
and
Mark,
a
Mark.
top out
topping
from
out.
MarQ.
Chase down is 24,000 or 240,000, 246,000. So 247 is what Toni needs to complete the chase down. But Tony's up there too and needing to clean up, waiting for a T that doesn't come.
We will
It's now
wait
going to need
for
some.
confirmation on that score as soon as MarQ's rocket is cleared, though.
See what happens when you talk about the Game Boy player?
Exactly. Can't even mention it.
How toxic that device is for gameplay.
246,000. So Chris Tang was completely correct there.
Yeah, 247 will do it.
And the Game Boy player as well is substantially more expensive than any of the other options.
Yeah, just a disc is like worth hundreds now.
Yeah, in Canada, you're paying about $150 to $200 for it. Just the disc.
So, a couple more lines will do it here for Tony to tie this up and have our first decider. He's going to finish off in style with the Tetris setup.
In position, there it is. There's a long bar, and boom! Tetris for Toni, taking the round.
Excellent work there, Tony. And just a showcase of how absolutely ruthless the RNG can be on Game Boy. Tony feeling the honor of getting the first good boom of the night. Or day, depending on where you are.
This is a World Championships after all.
Sitting here at about 13:21 in Eastern time, but a lot of our competitors being from Europe, it's a lot later for them.
Yeah, and I'm on the early side. I was like, wait, 9 a.m. for an esports competition on a weekend? Okay, let's do it.
And both players are ready, so we will start off the next match in 3, 2,
2,
1.
1.
Tetris!
Tetris.
Tetris. Darn it. See?
So, yeah, we've got
Unfortunately,
our
Chris
decider.
Bidwell is commentating over a Game Boy player, so he has the input delay there.
Exactly. There we go.
I mean, it would be pretty funny just to bring one setup like that if someone really wants to use it.
I have 8 of them. I've
Holy crap.
I
yeah, you only
recently
need one disc because it's a boot disc. So once you boot it, you can take the disc over to the next player over. So I just have the one
Nice.
disc in several players, and I
Oh,
tried to
okay.
set up a Faceball 2000 tournament with it, but legend has it there was 16-player compatibility with it, but we could never get the link cables to register. It would always crash the game.
Baseball 2000, huh? Looking for that
Yeah.
BPS World Championships or something, huh?
Oh yeah. I had 16 setups and it didn't work, so I knocked it back down to 8. But we could
Wow,
have
what
some.
is that version like the definitive version of that?
Well, there was only that and the Super Nintendo one, and maybe a Game Gear. Officially, there was 4-player support, and unofficially, there was 16-player support. We could not
Wow.
get the 16-player to link up properly, so it was quite expensive, but it was a fun little thing to set up at a convention. Had 16 little TVs all in a square, and Game Boys linked up together
That is crazy. Yeah.
like DARPANET in the 70s, and did not quite work. I did not have Chris Tang's hardware skills to pull it off.
That would be an interesting side tournament because it is a BPS game. And
Yeah, we were making the world championship because, who else is gonna do that? And we
right.
made the little happy face globe, an actual globe with the world
Yeah.
map on it.
Well, the next
That
time
was
Hank
our
Rogers
logo.
says he's gonna come out, then we'll like run that.
I actually recently bought myself a brand spanking new GameCube controller because you can get them imported from Japan for about 70 Canadian.
Really? I
Yeah,
thought
for
yeah.
the Smash Ultimate GameCube controllers, they're still in production over there, I guess.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Because I remember there was a time when they were super expensive before they got reissued, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and even now, if you want one from the US, you're paying about double. You're paying about 140 Canadian.
Wow.
So another close game early on, although MarQ is going with a little more aggression, pressing down. He's ahead by a full level right now. Well, 10 lines.
10 lines, yep. Yeah, it's kind of exciting talking about like, well, if we did actually have this live, how are we gonna approach it? How do we make it interesting? How do we make it fair? Even the hardware considerations are very interesting.
And bringing your
Um,
own desk is not feasible, so we'll have to figure out.
Well, some people do bring their own desks. I mean, that's one thing that you bring on the plane with you. You can swing it. I think we've had doesn't I'm trying to remember. Does Tetris Time bring his own desk?
I've seen folding tables. I'm not like the little card tables. Or TV trays. I've seen people bring those.
Yeah,
I don't
I was
remember
at
Tetris in particular.
the last Street Fighter tournaments I entered. I brought an ottoman and I put a shoulder strap on it. So I was walking around with an ottoman and a shoulder strap, and my arcade stick was inside the ottoman, and it was great because it's like I have a perfect seating joystick environment that's the same as the one I have at home. So I still have that set up.
I've noticed a lot of players in the Super Smash Bros. Community have recently been switching to arcade boxes, which has been
Yeah,
a bit of an interesting transition.
yeah, they have a lot more suppliers for that sort of thing. I don't know, there's a lot of I guess you'd say like controversy in the fighting game community for things like that because they're considered cheating in some games. Some games don't handle like directional simultaneous inputs the same way as others, and like there's this whole like business side of it. Like there are all these stick makers who make stickless joysticks now, and I'm not really sure how they're going to come out of this, but by requiring original hardware and not allowing things like non-standard controllers, we've actually avoided a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
Those
Wow, that Tony with that micro adjustment, moving that line piece all the way to the left right before touching,
Yeah, that was
super dangerous.
super
yeah,
dangerous, but he managed to pull
oh,
it off.
even now this is dangerous. Oh
Oh
my
boy.
gosh,
Oh boy.
Oh,
really
and he
needing a
plugs
left
the
Oh,
well
Tony.
at just the wrong time.
brutal. Okay,
Look at
might
this. Even at
survive.
level 9 speeds, this is still very touch and go.
Ooh.
Oh boy. Oh
Oh my.
boy.
Oh man.
Wow. Like those pieces are touching as they're being spawned, and
Oh
that's
Yeah.
no,
it.
that's
MarQ
it.
needs a 179. Tony just knows it. He knows.
Flew
He
close,
had
too
that
close to
game.
the sun there, man. Early
Well,
top outs
2 more
must be
thousand.
so painful.
It's getting the long bars at all the wrong times there, unfortunately.
179. Said it.
That'll do it.
180 should be it.
Yep.
Before you top out, MarQ, let's just verify, and that's it. MarQ has taken this round of the quarterfinals.
You talk about, hey, why start at level 9? That's
Yeah, level
why.
9 could kill you. I mean, normally you would be like, "Oh gosh, you topped out at level 9," but it's a threat. You fly too close to the sun, you'll get burned.
You'll lose the frames for the stickiness of the pieces. You lose the frames for the piece generation, and that equals a top out at level 9, despite great play up the top for Tony.
Yeah, there's some awesome maneuvers up there. Like, yeah, getting that piece over, especially with a lockdown delay not being as long as what you'd normally see in a Tetris game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have to be on it, like, for yeah, any
GG's to
adjustments that
both
you
of our
see,
players.
any reactions you see to the next piece that, you have to make an adjustment for. Yeah, you don't have as much time as you do in other versions of Tetris.
I was just complimenting his back and forth tapping to get that line piece over because he was, making that micro adjustment with the line for the next piece. And after that, maybe he was a little too proud of himself or just took a half second to, hey, that was pretty good. And then he was in danger, then his game was over.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little mental buffer where it's like if you make an adjustment, then you're focused on making that adjustment, and that gives you less time to think about the next few pieces. So that's dangerous on its own. So sometimes it's better just to roll with your first option than cause your mental buffer to overrun and be able to handle what's coming next.
At higher speeds, I think that's obviously what players do, but at level 9, you think you got this. And as we see, level 9 is not a slouch with all those constraints to this version of the game. So we are halfway through our quarterfinals.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to set up game number 3 here, match 3.
Absolutely, and we will be back in just a few minutes. And we're back. Thank you very much for holding on as we prepare the next match.
We're in our second half of our quarterfinals here.
That's correct, which is basically game 3 of 7 for the day here. And today, for this, oh my goodness. For this match, we've got BlueScuti versus JJ.
Ooh, we get some
Minus
color in
AJ.
this one. This will be fun. We're going to hit our selves in the head with a dead squirrel and get some color in our Game Boy footage today.
That's right. So BlueScuti is the only North American player in the top 8, and he's also our youngest competitor and the youngest max outer in our server. His exact age is unknown, but he's old enough to compete. You can see there in his display picture that he's just a baby chewing on an NES controller. He's currently number 1 on our server leaderboard with a score of 2.3 million, and was the first player to max out live in competition. And you can see him playing there on his mom's trademark atomic purple Game Boy Color.
Scratches and all. I love it.
Is that really the owner of that Game Boy is from his mom?
Yeah, he found his mom's Game Boy Color in the attic with a copy of Tetris, and now he's our best player.
That is an amazing story. I love it.
And JJ is from Finland. He uses an uncrossed hyper tapping method, so he left hand D-pad, right hand rotation, and he competed in a Game Boy Tetris side event versus match, which was live and narrated by the late Jonas Neubauer.
I remember that tournament when they went over there. They played versus Game Boy. That was the CTEC's Game Boy tournament. Was actually the bring up the link cables and go head to head with the first version of the game where you sent garbage to one another.
All right.
JJ's playing on a red Brick Boy. He's playing it loud.
Absolutely excellent color there for the Play It Loud Game Boys.
Yeah,
Classic
I've never even
Nintendo red.
seen too many of those.
My dream Game Boy is the black Play It Loud, but with original DMG maroon buttons.
Ooh.
Haven't gotten there quite yet, unfortunately. But I do have my big gray brick.
Yeah, I've still got a couple of those.
I think the faceplate's fallen off mine.
They're getting quite
Brick
expensive,
Boy.
at least here in Canada.
Yeah, I feel bad. I think I sold a couple. Like I had some extras. I sold them to GameStop for like, I don't know, like 30 or 40 bucks or something.
Oof.
Oh no.
It's probably worth a lot more than that now.
Yeah, they go for like an easy 60 to 80 Canadian here.
In my game shop, whenever one comes in, it's sold within a week. They do not
Wow.
last. There's a high
Then I
demand. Of course,
figured out how to fix them too. Like all I have to do is heat up the traces to fix the screen.
Andrew's quite handy with fixing them and cleaning them out. Also, Andrew, if we can get a hashtag Discord in the chat there, or exclamation point Discord in the chat there.
Oh, JJ's out. We'll have to get that refreshed.
And anybody who's interested in playing some Game Boy Tetris and competing with us in our casuals, or we do plan on starting a league as well, and feel free to join the Discord. See if we can get JJ's stream back up here.
Like mentioned before, this version of Tetris is officially available on the Nintendo Switch. It's free with the Nintendo Switch Online subscription service, so I don't think it's that expensive. Like maybe $20 a year or something. You get that as a free download. I believe you can also play versus over that connection. Probably not the greatest connection between two fake Game Boys over an internet connection like that, but it is possible. It is inexpensive, so it's a great way to try it out.
Would that be tournament legal here? That version?
So Switch version is tournament legal. We did some testing on it. It seems to perform in a way that is up to snuff. There's no unfair advantage to playing
Cool.
on it as long as you're not using the rewind feature, obviously, but we would see that in live competition.
Right.
Scooty, I know that you're ready there, but we are just waiting for JJ. His stream seems to have crashed there. So we are just waiting for him to get back online here.
I do like hearing that be tournament legal because that makes the scene more accessible, with modern players or players who might just come across our stuff and want to get into it. And they're like, yeah, I could play that on my Switch right now.
There we
Hey, we have a
go,
J.
and JJ is back. Alright, so if both players can give us a thumbs up when they're ready here.
Cover thumbs.
Excellent. And we can get this round underway in 3, 2, 1.
1.
Tetris!
Tris. Nice simultaneous start there.
Oh, and JJ handwriting his overlay, so we know it's his gameplay. Like it.
That's right, and it looks like he's got the, if I'm seeing his whole stream window, you guys aren't because of the overlays that we have here, but he's actually got the CTWC GB logo sitting on his stream right underneath his face cam as well.
Nice. Wow, playing up high early on.
Yeah. That column 3 little nub there
Right. That's
could have caused problems. They
Fire.
they literally installed magnets in these Tetramino pieces to get the pieces to stick quicker. You just have to be careful.
I haven't seen GB Tetris played on a Game Boy Color I think since I got the Game Boy Color.
Well,
So
and
seeing this red and yellow is really unusual to me.
hyper tapping on a Game Boy Color is especially hard because the D-pad is slightly smaller, but more importantly,
Yeah.
the back of the system is rounded.
Yep.
Mhm.
So he's playing on a what do you call that? His mom's, or that's his mom's Game Boy, but that's like a doily or it's like a padded mat of some sort.
Yeah, some sort of padded mat.
Stacking up real high on the right is Scooty. Bangs down to Tetris.
And the colors are adjustable in a Game Boy Color. Is that correct? Can you like hold a button combination to change the color palette?
Yeah, so you can hold, I believe it's A and any direction on the D-pad while the system's booting in order to change the color palette. You can also do that on Game Boy Advanced SP.
Right.
Mm.
So I could barely see a score. It looks like 75,000. So
Yeah,
we're going to
he's
do our
sitting
best.
at 75,000 at 29 lines by the looks of it. Backing
this
up
is fun,
very high.
Yeah.
I mean, in the pre-streaming days when there was home video game competitions, whether it was a Twin Galaxies scoreboard or whatever, it was set up VCRs or have the camera set pointing directly at your television. So this is harkening back to those days, and I'm here for it.
Yeah. It's super interesting, and it makes it. I remember when we were in the pandemic and we were doing the CTWC, with webcams being a requirement and everything, seeing a little bit into everybody's life. I mean, this is kind of like a micro version of that where you can kind of see a difference in the style of players' environments and what hardware they have and
Scooty.
up high. Yeah. But nice and flat and bangs down Tetris.
Nice little hamburger double there for JJ. And Scooty already surpassing into the 100K. Sitting at 50 lines there.
Yeah, it's early
Definitely.
on.
Definitely
Scooty taking the
aggressive.
lead. And yeah, with dealing with a really spiry kind of like a awkward layout in the beginning, but able to pull off the line clears it takes to turn that efficient, bangs down another Tetris, and is now clean on the bottom.
You were saying earlier the crazy RNG with the tendency to drop multiple pieces of the same style 3, 4, or 5 times kind of makes you build more spires in this version of the game.
Absolutely, it does. It's, you definitely have to be ready for
Look at
that.
this.
And with the way that the pieces
Whoa.
lock, it
He's covering him as well, way up there.
That is big YOLO there. A right piece combination is going to really help for that.
we'll see if
Yeah, that's
our RN
trouble.
Jesus favors him today.
Ooh.
This T flat. Ooh, no, he's not. Wow, okay. Adjust the line.
Dependencies. 3 LJ dependencies in a game where the L is super rare. Playing way up there. Getting it
The
done,
line
though.
clears are certainly helpful at this high up. It lets you set up and give you that breather. But meanwhile, and it looks like it's a tie score still. So despite this crazy play from Scooty, JJ's keeping
No,
pace.
look
Is
at
that a Tetris? Was that a Tetris at a height 12? At least a triple.
Yeah, I was either triple or Tetris. I was trying to like visually confirm that too, and it was a little tough. But still in danger here, needing those LJ dependencies need to be cleared
JJ's
out there.
JJ has to take advantage of this. Just my goodness. Needs a
JJ
line.
Gets it over.
JJ's pulled a bit ahead here, 158,000 to what
Oh
looks.
man, oh, that's
Oh.
gonna do it.
No! Scooty does top out
JJ
early. We'll have to
first
wait for
down.
confirmation of his score, but I do believe that JJ already has it. And it looks like 144,000 from Scooty in the chat there. So JJ does take round 1.
Rise up, little rocket. You can do it.
Blasting
Reach
off
for
in
the
real
sky.
time.
Fighting against the power of gravity.
There we go. Congratulations to JJ. Scooty hasn't played since the last tournament a month ago. So that was his practice run.
And as our only North American, I guess it's red, white, and blue Scooty today. Just today only.
Okay.
Waiting for both players to reset here and give us our hover thumbs.
There we go. And they can start the next round in 3, 2,
2,
1.
1.
Tetris.
Tetris. I'm never going to get this timing right. Away we go. Even though we do have the hearts displayed for a best of 5, it is a best of 3. We just give each player a starting heart. Well, it's kind of nice. You get a heart no matter what. You get the love.
Absolutely.
It's the participation heart.
Hey,
Yeah.
they had to qualify. They earned it.
I'm terrible
That's
at graphics design, so we just we have this graphic thankfully provided by Tolstoy here. Edits on Lucy's original. And then we even, for one of our matches, we even add the megahertz there, which you can see over by Scooty. I put one up on the screen.
That's how things are. We'll look back at these broadcasts, after the scene blows up. We'll look at this and say, like, wow, this is how we started. It was awesome.
We're currently on the 3rd round of 7. 7 games will be played today, so you're not even halfway there. So you definitely have tons of time to play Game Boy while you watch.
And the single finger technique for JJ on the buttons, it's Interesting. I mean, I'm so used to using the single thumb on both buttons and rocking back and forth,
Yeah,
and
it is.
that's a deliberate choice to be able to just have an individual digit go back and forth between the buttons manually like that.
Yeah, that's nice seeing like the different hand positions of different players and how they approach being able to
Absolutely. And
move optimally.
then you've got Scooty doing the standard crosshand hyper tap.
It's so odd to hear crosshand being like the standard way of doing it.
It's certainly weird. When I do hyper tap, I do left hand D pad, so I do standard hyper
Yeah,
tapping.
I do too. When people see me hyper tap,
So
they're like, "Hey, you're using Thor grip," and I'm like, "Thor grip? I guess
we
so."
got a we got a frozen JJ here, so you might need a refresh.
Ooh.
See if we can get him back. JJ, continue playing here while we try to get your stream back up and running.
Scooty looking really clean this game.
There we
None
go.
of the
And the
spires
stream
or
has come back.
pulls of the last round.
If you told me as a kid that we could have people in the United States and Germany simultaneously broadcasting Game Boy Tetris around the world for a few $100 each person, I would have laughed at your face. And here we are complaining that a stream goes out every once in a while. So it's,
Yeah.
nice to keep that perspective of what we're actually accomplishing here.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
no, it's pretty amazing. Like the game was never meant to be played like this, but
No,
hey, people love it, so we'll roll with it.
the link cord was 6 feet long. That's how long the competitive Game Boy Tetris was intended to, designed for.
Yep, now we're playing it across oceans.
So you noticed the level 9 when Scooty had Tetris drop. He used that opportunity to just let the piece drop and kind of do his hands, as Alexei said
Yep.
back in 2019. It's a good
Ooh,
opportunity to
that
yeah,
misspin.
early spin. Fixed it with a tuck.
Yep, cleans it up.
Oh, and a little bit of a missed slide there as well.
And the early anticipation. It's real easy
Yeah.
to lose that timing.
Yeah, the timing is so tight on this version. Like,
Even JJ with a miss drop there slightly.
But a quick cleanup by JJ. Very the creativity of these players always astounds me.
And that's every version, but yeah.
Yeah, that's not unique to Game Boy, but it's artful in a way.
and yeah, we're still early days. I mean, I don't think there's a equivalent of Nestris gym for this, is there? To practice like your timings and setups and stuff.
No, not really. To my knowledge, there's no real like you just play.
Yeah. So
Make your own
definitely,
bad setups and dig out of them.
Yeah, a lot of players play Type B for that.
that I noticed that they're practicing type B before their round, so that makes sense.
Yeah, 9 Heart Type B is basically the go-to if you want to train getting yourself out of bad situations at fast speed.
But that's the amazing thing about what we're doing now is we're building the foundation for the community to become, as big as any of the other, like the Nest community. And the tools will come if you bring, you bring the competition and the demand, and those things will manifest if they're needed. It's all up to us. And thank you so much to those of you out there watching. The audiences gives us a reason for what we do.
So Scooty has transitioned to level 10. I'm squinting at the score. Looks like a 260.
Yeah, 263 here for Scooty at level 10 and 217 for JJ, but he's still got 8 lines before he makes that transition.
Scooty banged down another Tetris, lengthening the lead to 274.
You
Yep,
got to
looks
say
like
that
274 there.
with those early shifting timing issues, I think those are going to resolve themselves with the faster speeds because you're just anticipating
Yeah.
that piece creation frame, and at the slower speeds, maybe that extra few frames of drop time kind of gets in your brain, and those should melt away now with the faster speeds.
Absolutely. Scooty actually was originally disappointed that we were doing level 9 starts. If he has it his way, he'll play as
Dirty
fast as he
Tetris.
can.
What's the meta sort of for the usual tournaments?
So we usually start off with level 9 starts in the earlier rounds, and then as we go up, we'll go up to probably about 5 heart. So level 15 speeds, but level 5 scorings.
So I think that's level 14 for Scooty and versus only level 11 for JJ. So a 30 line difference.
Yeah, Scooty getting definitely more warmed up as this match progresses.
You would say JJ has the information advantage, but that requires squinting at Scooty's screen to get that information, and the fog of war disallows that.
That is,
Scooty's
yeah, an
sitting.
interesting strat is have the most minimally visible.
The scuffiest display possible.
Yeah.
Scooty's sitting at 373,000 right now to JJ's 276, but is about 30 lines ahead.
Scooty building a bridge there that has to be burned down, get back down. That's going to help a lot. And the well is open. It's not going to get a Tetris, but
That's
back into safety.
I would have only been a triple for Scooty, so decides to cover that back up again. Looks like I cannot see the score on Scooty's board. 325 for JJ. I think he's catching back up here.
I think we're looking at 396 on Scooty there.
All right, so that's still quite a difference. But the chase down is quite easy if Scooty does blow this, so you can't really take that lead into any real consideration.
Yeah, JJ's field looking really clean, though, and not making the same kinds of dig situations.
What we need to do is ship Scooty out an interceptor sometime.
Now, the interceptors, do they work on all flavors of Game Boy? Is that a specific model only?
No, they work on everything.
So it looks like a 427 for Scooty,
421 or
382.
427.
So again, that deficit's, even though Scooty's had the dirtier board for the last few minutes, JJ hasn't been able to come all the way back. Has to waste a line filling in a gap there.
But bear in mind
And
as well that we're at 196 lines on on Scooty, so he is about to...
JJ's in super trouble here. 2/3 up the way the board. Does manage to burn it down. Sorry for the phony drama. It's my job as a commentator to play this up.
Covers up the well, though. Misses out on a couple of log bars.
It looks like level 24 Scooty now. And this board's in trouble. This is a trash board. Can he dig out of this at this speed halfway up?
if there's any player who can, it'll be Scooty. He's super fast and just
Wow, that's
somehow
close.
manages to get himself out of these situations.
Single burns. Opts to open the well, creating a hole.
So I'm struggling. That's still in the 490s score?
Oh,
and
that's not going to be
misdrop there,
survivable.
and he does top out.
Top out.
Looks like 492, but we're gonna have to wait for confirmation on that.
About 4 Tetrises for JJ. If he can get that, it might be possible to get it before the level 20 transition. So that's a decision time here. Line it out at the somewhat manageable 18-19 speed, or
Get a
single it out
Tetris or two.
all the way
Yeah.
to get the Tetrises now, or go into that
Amazing.
level 20 speed.
Opts not to go for the Tetris there.
No, just playing it as safely as he can.
Oh, the square in its line. That was what he needed to give him the
Boom,
Tetris.
Tetris
Maybe
for
a little
JJ.
combination of both strategies.
And that is
Looks like
looking like a 492,
191.
191.
Yeah.
So 493,000 will get JJ the win on this round of the competition and advance him to the semifinals.
JJ's Tetris ready.
Oh boy, that was a decision.
Ooh, okay.
And this is not going to uncover the well. So transition is going to come with garbage at the middle of the board, unless he can get this line now.
It's okay. Back into safety with that one there.
And transitions with a nice Tetris.
Yeah.
They're getting closer to 490 here. Another one will do it.
Now you
Tetris.
want to line it out. Need 6,000 points, about 7 single lines.
Ooh.
Oh boy. You could feel that you could feel the
Yeah.
pressure. Is he going to get there? It's going to be close now. It's
Oh,
no.
he
couple
might
of
not get it.
misdrops there.
That's to do it.
492. What is the exact score? 492, 191.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my
He's not gonna
goodness!
get there!
Scooty takes the round.
Press down points was the difference.
You're right. That was so close, and Scooty was pressing down a lot more.
This Tang, for years you have been talking about the press down points making a difference. We just saw it.
That was
That's huge.
the closest game in Game Boy Tetris history.
Wow.
Absolutely wild. Scooty was kicking himself and
191. That's 100 and
it's less
30, 109, 128 points.
Yeah, not even. It's 191.
Yeah.
So it's oh my goodness. Yeah, 127 points.
That's not even a single line in level 9. Wow.
I'm in shock.
127 points.
Hey, we get a decider. Free Tetris.
Everybody wins.
I guess
Oh my god. JJ's hands are shaking.
He knew that it was 492. I think we were saying 491, 492. That might have thrown him off a bit, but you always go for beyond that just to doubly make sure. And man, heartbreak.
Any
there
line
for
clear at
JJ.
all. Yeah, at that point.
Just absolutely wild. If both players are ready, let me know. Give me the thumbs up.
Rubber thumbs.
There we
Rubber
go.
thumbs.
And they can start this decider match for the semifinal in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Bidwell Tris. Start your game.
Waiting on Scooty to start here. There we go. Probably shaking out his hands a little bit.
Hopefully, JJ can recover from that.
You
That's
can see here,
you hope that doesn't bleed into his next game.
there's already been like 8 Z pieces on Scooty's board.
Well, that's why you win the first game. You have a game to give.
And you can see as well evidence of about 6 S pieces on JJ's side.
No stats counter here in Game Boy Tetris, so you just have to visualize it.
That would be really interesting to see. I would love to like have some sort of extension that like reads what's going on your screen and puts that counter in place, because I would like to
I'm
see
sure someone will build something that maybe you could build it into the interceptor or something, and
Yeah, either
that'd be
in the
kind of
interceptor
cool.
itself or in a video capture device the interceptor's plugged into.
that.
So neither player pressing down a lot this game 3. I think the nerves are trying to calm down, get into a zen state, get back into that groove.
Yeah, I mean that was very unique. I mean, this whole match has been interesting so far, especially the end of that one was one for. I don't know if Game Scout's going to make a video on this, but that'd be a moment.
Misdrop there by Scooty's got him in a place where he has to clear a little bit of garbage there to keep going.
That might make Scooty just feel alive, digging out of those situations.
I
Maybe having too clean of a board will lull him to sleep.
I think it does, honestly. At these slower speeds, sometimes I think he just does it intentionally.
Because waiting for a piece to drop at level 9, like JJ's he is pressing down a bit, but that Mike wins the next strat from 2013, 2014 that year when they started level 9 during the finals.
And
I guess
Scooty's
it's because we allowed it. That's what
Uh,
happened.
hey, that's the players take advantage of the rule
Yep.
set.
Scooty
Whatever it takes
passes
to
into
throw your opponent
100K
off.
there.
JJ getting a little high. And again, you're in that danger zone, even just at 12 high, even at level 9.
Yeah, with looking like Type B up there too.
Yeah, the magnet, like I said, the piece are magnet.
Oh
Oh,
man,
Ooh.
that's gonna be a clutch dig there. See if JJ can pull it off.
should be doable.
Flat
And
burn.
especially the line clears. That's got you plenty of time to set up.
Gets the L at the worst possible time.
Hell no.
Yeah, Scooty can take advantage with this really clean board, bangs down Tetris earlier and set up for another. JJ is digging back down.
Thanks, Windows.
Scooty with another Tetris. Opting not to push down even when the long bar comes, so
Yeah,
maybe
JJ is still trying to get out of this situation.
yeah, forced to pile pieces on top of the hole, creating a prolonged dig here.
A
The
lot of
one
Game Boy players tend to let the long bar drop on its own. It's just always been a thing in our community to just let it kind of drop. Except for DLB, he likes to dance it on the way down. And hence the name Dancing Long Bar.
Right. Yeah. I thought that was cute.
well, that could be interpreted a different way, but keep it to the cute version. So I
All
think
right, finally.
JJ is finally uncovered.
Yep.
So
A
we got
lot,
100,000 for JJ, and listen to me leaning all the way into the screen. Like look like 160 for Scooty.
yeah, it's looking around 163 or 169 for
Ooh,
Scooty
Uh-oh.
there. But
Trouble on Goody's board.
on both boards. JJ
Okay.
needs a line. That's the only thing that'll work in that well on the right. He gets the line. He can't get it over at level 9 speed.
Builds a dependency again, though. Okay, gets the right piece for that. Rare L. Getting the job done.
Look at the aggressive play of Scooty, getting another dirty Tetris 3 high.
And he does manage to clear his board there. Or clear all the garbage out of it anyway.
Yeah, both players are able to complete their digs and are ready to score again. JJ with the Tetris and Scooty also Tetris ready.
I've got this fancy, large monitor, and I'm pushing my face right up against the screen so I can see Scooty score.
Looks like he's sitting
If
at about
anybody else at home-
197. Now, yep, passing
Just past
into
200.
passed up to 209 there. To
So yeah, quite a
JJ's
big score
143.
lead.
And I feel like I'm in the game because this is what I would have to do with an actual Game Boy at my advanced stage.
Advanced stage, that's what we're calling it,
Level 20 age.
eh?
In Soviet Russia, Game Boy Advance U.
Now that's a deep cut for memes.
It's 3 or 4 levels. I had to think about all of them.
This is a Soviet mind game after all. Hey, Scooty creating some tuck situations.
Oh, what a
Wow, that
solve.
was that
2
solved.
lines.
That was brilliant.
Absolutely genius.
Level 9, if it gives you the advantage, that time to think it out, then think it out. Look at the next piece, determine what goes where, what my solutions could be, and that's what happens.
JJ crossing into the 200,000 point threshold at level 10.
I mean, going back to that, it's like if Scooty appears to be an aggressive press down player, but he turns off that switch at the moments when he needs to turn it off to think about things.
Yeah. And
You
that
kind of
move,
have that mindset that you're always aggressive or you're always thinking, not going back and forth between the two play styles.
Yeah, Scooty's definitely a dynamic player.
Scooty all the way back down to the bottom now.
JJ, even if this line piece is only going to get a triple, so he opts to burn off the top a bit. Just not getting the pieces to get this settled down to Tetris scoring position again. Look at this finger adjustment for Scooty here. Maybe relaxing a bit, going back
And
to
just,
traditional
yeah.
thumbs. Rest up the fingers for the final stretch.
Yeah, well, he's at level 12, giving his hands a bit of a break.
Yeah, the board finally out of danger. Built up a bit, but bangs down to Tetris, so
The thing that I like about the Game Boy Color is that only the S's and the L's are red, but the L's are a very distinct shade of red, so you can actually see at all times how many L's Scooty has recently gotten.
Sounds like my life. I want to see all the get to see the L's in all their glory.
All the yeah. Ooh, again, that early anticipation.
It'll be interesting to see how he digs his way out of that.
And you said he does not like level 9, and maybe you see why. He's just so tuned into those faster speeds. I know this is 13, but still, it's not at the optimal speed where you've learned all those specific timings.
Yeah, actually, you spend a lot less time. You only get 10 lines on some of these levels between 10 and I think 14. So
Yeah.
as your timing, like being able to key in that timing for that specific level, there's going to be discrepancies, and it's more of a challenge to memorize all of that.
Yeah, on NES Tetris, you only got the 3 different timings you got to memorize. Here,
Yeah.
you're dealing with 7 or 8 different timing sets.
Yeah, between levels 9 and 14, each individual level decreases the drop time by 1 frame. So the timing changes on each of the levels. And then changes another 3 times before you get to level 20.
Now, since this is not a television standard, we still deal with 60 frames a second.
It's 59.888 something. So essentially
That's the
63,
redraw
60
rate,
frames.
right?
And I believe that NES Tetris is like 60.1 something. Or 60.053 maybe?
When I do broadcasts, I like to have those times and then reinterpret that into rows per second, because most people who aren't into video games can interpret rows per second rather than frames per second. That makes a lot more sense. When you get caught for speeding, they don't tell you how many uh, line markers on the highway you've been going per second. They say you're going X miles an hour. So
Yeah. So
this makes a little
rows
more
per
sense for
second.
general office. Rows per second makes more sense, but it's harder to math all that out unless you've got a nice even number like 1 or 2. I could say 20 or 15 rows
Despite
per
those
second.
situations earlier, Scooty with a great score right now at 512 now.
Yeah.
Past
Let's get back to the
500,000
game.
points.
Let's not talk about dumb math.
So at level 20 speeds, you are going to be looking at about 20 rows per second.
Right.
And speaking of level 20, it's coming.
Coming very quickly, and it looks like Scooty's on a good pace there at 514,000 to JJ's 390.
In trouble, though, needing better pieces. That transition is going to be rough.
Way up. And this is it. This is the decider to the semis.
Okay. Finally getting that left well back open again. Hoping to Tetris into transition here, but gets a triple. And another triple.
Back-to-back triple into transition at 546, it looks like.
He's in good spot. JJ is struggling to open up this to get into scoring position, and a misdrop.
That board is really awkward.
Jay.
With
Oh boy,
fire.
that tower.
It's going to take a couple of tucks. Misses the tuck.
Scooty nailing a Tetris, getting him up to 572,000. Now, Scooty is one of the few players who will actually be going for Tetrises on level 20 speeds.
Although that board, you aren't going for Tetris with that trash. But neither player really in a good scoring position here. JJ's about to transition. Finally opens the left well. But I would assume our players at this point don't play for Tetris like you just said. So now it's basically just going into that singles and doubles clear mode, survival mode, hoping the other player makes a mistake and outlasting you. And the way this is going, although Scooty's going to bang down a Tetris
boom,
level 20.
Tetris for Scooty.
Yeah, actually, there is going to be a point where your points efficiency, if the player maxes out, they're going to be absolutely unbeatable. If their score efficiency beats out the other player, and there's nothing the other player will be able to do.
And Scooty gets another Tetris at these speeds. And he's at about 650, 660, if I can see correctly.
JJ, that's it for
JJ tops out, and Scooty does take the round.
And advances as a crazy match.
Heartbreak for JJ. 100 some points away from
advancing.
That was... Fights like hell in game 3, but cannot pull it out. I mean, we say GGs,
points. Yeah.
We say GGs all the time as, just it takes a lot to compete on a live stage like this, but literally not just a good game, great games by JJ here today.
Absolutely. And Scooty's just playing there. He's all up in the mid 700s. Thank you very much for coming out, JJ. It was an amazing match. And we are going to flip to our break here, and we will be right back. And we're back. Thank you very much for waiting. We have our next match ready to commence here. And this
will be
one,
the last of our quarterfinal matches. It has been quite the ride so far. 127 points being the exclamation mark on this landmark event.
absolutely, that was just an incredible ending to that particular round. I have never seen anything that close. And in this match, we're going to have Gunter going up against Almio, which is going to be quite the matchup here. Almio is a Swiss player and constantly plays against other top Swiss players in person as training. His current PB on Game Boy Tetris is 660k points. Gunter is our only French player here. He's from France. His Game Boy is actually almost 100% custom built by him, except for the motherboard. The shell screen, buttons, components, speakers, and everything else is completely customized by him.
Oh,
A play after Chris Tang's heart.
And
exactly.
he made it into the top 8 despite having the lowest PB of 466,000 points.
Wow. I think we just saw Gunter playing in the Polish championships just a little while earlier. Is that, or am I mistaken?
That I'm personally not sure of. I didn't tune into that.
Waiting for our stream to go live here.
There we go. Both players are there. And we've got a thumbs up there from Almio. And a thumbs up from Gunter. And they can get this round underway in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
So yeah, Gunter with some interesting colors on the video output there. It reminds me, there's a model of the Game Boy called the Game Boy Light, and it has like a luminescent backlight. It has like a bluish tint, and it's not what we're seeing here, but that tinge of blue reminds me of it.
It is certainly reminiscent of it. Haven't seen anyone playing on a Game Boy Light yet, or a Game Boy Micro.
Oh, Game Boy Micro, that would be interesting. I always wanted one of those, but I think they're probably too expensive to to be viable now. I may as well just get like a I don't know, like a FPGA or something instead.
Yeah, I feel like they'd be neat as like a showpiece, a conversation piece, but I don't think you'd actually want to play on one.
Yeah, that's one thing they should probably reissue. I mean, well, I guess I'm not sure if Nintendo did too well with those Game & Watches. I really thought the Game & Watch was a great piece of hardware, but they're kind of like on clearance sale everywhere. I'm surprised that those didn't like become more popular or raise in price like those NES Minis and things like that.
I agree.
They weren't hackable, I don't think.
I would love to have more of the Game & Watches because I
want
have
to see like
both
a
of
Metroid
them.
one or something.
I have both of them, and I would love to see like a Metroid and maybe like a Kirby.
Something you wouldn't totally expect, but like would sort of like re-envision the Game & Watch into a form that we haven't seen. That'd be kind of cool. Because I have like the Mario and Zelda, like I had one of those real ones back in the day, but I've never seen one for like anything like newer than Zelda.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, a dirty Tetris there from Almio.
It's dirty. Scores are neck and neck. That's actually not something that's been a thing too much today, surprisingly, given the slow pace. Usually a player will scream out, ahead of the other in terms of piece drop, but
I
we
think
are
with
simpler
the
cases for a while.
I think with the slower speeds, you get a lot more variance in the amount that the
Yeah,
players press down, which causes pretty great early disparity.
yeah. Players have more choice in how they play with more options and slower speeds.
So Almio is a thumb hyper tapper like our first matchup, holding the machine up like that? Or is this temporary until the faster speeds?
I'll need confirmation on that actually. Almio tends to play with his thumbs a lot. I'm not sure if he switches to hyper tapping at faster speeds there. If I can get Andrew's opinion in the chat there. So mainly thumbs, according to Andrew.
Good, so I'm a thumb player too, but what I end up doing is the vibration power is still in my right arm, and it's like I'm vibrating my right arm into my left thumb. And I
That was the
alternate between
classic.
that.
That's the classic Thor hyper tap style was thumb rocking the controller back and forth,
Yeah, I
kind of a
tend to
proto
use
rolling.
my ring and middle finger on my right hand to kind of press the Game Boy into my thumb.
Yeah, that would work. Gunter with the spire forming. Trying not to become too piece dependent. Really needing that L.
Some
And
unfortunate
that's
RNG there for Gunter's kind of keeping him captive.
yeah, and having to place pieces over the hole. Okay, that was key. It's gonna open that up now. Tetris ready.
Tetris ready with a nice slope. A
So
little bit of
obviously the
stream lag
press
there on
down
Gunter.
for Almio here, ahead by about 20 lines.
But is in the lead here, 179,000 to 121,000.
Gunter clean again. Almio now having a couple of dirty lines on the bottom to clear out. See if it's built on top or if it gets cleared out. Built on top.
With about a 15 line advantage, if you get 4 Tetrises, that's about 50,000 points. So the leads, it's very neck and neck if you think about it in those terms.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw Almio just get a lot more drops in a short amount of time. I mean, they were pretty close earlier on. Almio with the center well set up. There it is. Boom, Tetris for Almio. Gunter also Tetris ready, but having to deal with piece dependencies and has to cover the well.
He's getting that L burst that can happen sometimes.
Yeah. This game does have very interesting RNG. I mean, on paper, L's are supposed to be the rare piece, but because piece repetition and the variable assignment or, the fact that the L has 3 zeros in it and the algorithm is basically trying to prevent repeats and it ends up causing repeats instead is very interesting. Nice clean building from Gunter there. Bangs down to Tetris. Almio has some digging to do. Opts to take the double. Okay, Almio might be building a dirty well on the left. Is Tetris ready for that dirty?
And we have Sergeant Shepard asking about the height of the matrix there. I answered them in chat saying that it's 18 high instead of 20. It's also important to note that the pieces generate on the 17th row, so while the actual matrix is 18 high, it's effectively 17 high.
Yeah. And compounding that problem is that the piece instantly spawns after lockdown, so not only does it spawn lower, but you have less time to react to it. T-spin for Almio, resulting in a line clear. Nice.
Ooh, a misdrop there by Gunter, leaving him with a J piece hooked on top of that O spire.
Makes it nice and clean with that tuck, though. Bangs down to Tetris, back into safety.
Yeah, luckily you got another couple of O blocks. So many O's for Gunter in this game. I'd love to see the statistic on that.
Classic O spin.
I don't know if anyone else does it, but whenever I have an O block, I constantly mash the spin button.
That sounds
Yeah,
like a
I would.
psychological thing. That's just taking some frustration out on something.
Yeah. I started doing it after playing it on after playing Tetris on the Nintendo DS, because the DS version never locks if you're rotating a piece.
Yep.
Oh, yep.
So I started doing it just to give myself time to think and plan on the DS version, and now I just habitually do it with O blocks. I think Tetris Effect has a similar delay in the lockdown if you're rotating.
That's
Ever
a
since they
community
implemented the
rule.
guideline, that's been a thing. I was actually a game designer on the first guideline game, and it really bugged me. I was like, "This is how you guys want to do this? Is if I keep hitting the rotation button, I never die?" They were like, "Yep," and I'm like, "That's a." They were like, "This is how it's gonna be," and I'm like, "But doesn't that cheapen survival?" They're like, "Well, it makes the game more accessible," and I was like, "Oh boy."
Makes
And
it
thus we had the
accessible,
era.
but super easy to cheese at high
Yeah.
level.
So yeah, I was there for that. I was actually, working at BPS at the time that was that became a thing. And then, to be honest, it wasn't until Enhance put classic score attack mode and Tetris Effect Connected that we got a version of the game that broke guideline. So I it's just so strange to see both sides of the history where the infinite rotation, or pushing the mashing the rotate button to stay alive forever was
So
born, and I also saw I helped bring about its end.
good. Is there a technical term for that? Like, I've always just called it bouldering.
That's
Just
an I've never heard called that before. Some people call it infinite spin. I yeah, I call it. I think I've called it something like infinite spin. It's not infinite rotation because rotation would, I don't know. We use that for rotation systems terminology instead.
yeah, and you can't really call it rolling
Postponing
because of the
lockdown.
controller technique.
Yeah, postponing lockdown. I guess I haven't really thought about an official name for it.
Well, then I'm officially coining it. It's bouldering now.
Okay, well, the problem is we're not playing a version of the game
No
that
one's
allows that.
no one's ever gonna say it again after today. It's okay.
I'll use it at some point. I'll find a way.
There we go. And both players neck and neck again here, sitting just
Yeah, it's been quite
8,000
the
points
road
apart.
to getting back to neck and neck, but here we are.
Now, the important thing about that is Almio is 30 lines ahead, so that means Gunter's pace currently is really
Yeah,
good.
has more. Oh, that might
Oh,
not be survivable.
some
Almio in trouble. Tops out at
bad
412.
misdrops there.
Gunter needs 413 to be safely with a win here.
Obviously, line it out.
Almio just
Plenty
couldn't
low
get
on the
that
board.
line bar all the way to the right. $412.90 points. So all that Gunter needs is 412,100.
Going a little aggressive here.
Or 91 if he goes for the pushdown point. But that'll do it.
There we go. 413 points means that Almio does take, or Gunter, sorry, does take the first round. Great job there, Gunter.
Captain in chat asking, do I remember when 20G became a thing? Um, I think that there's some design elements from Grandmaster kind of like tied into that. That was a parallel. That was an Eureka thing. So Guideline wasn't really. Guideline came after the Eureka stuff, and I think they might have implemented that like later on to some Guideline games, but it was coined before Guideline came around.
Just as long as you didn't
And-
have anything to do with Tetris Worlds, we're good.
Oh no.
Where there was no
He
score,
did it.
only lines.
That was the game, dude.
I knew.
Oh, that was the one?
Tetris
the
Worlds
first
was the first
Guideline game.
Guideline game. That's the one I'm credited in.
Oh no. I
But
don't
will
understand
say,
why they took out the score.
that wasn't me. I didn't like that either.
Like, let's make a Tetris game where it only counts lines, but it doesn't count lines accurately.
Well, the one thing I did add to the game was the hard drop shadow trail, where you push up on the D-pad, and when the hard drop happens, it leaves behind a shadow trail, so you know where it came from. So I did something good, at least.
I actually really enjoyed that. That's actually my favorite aspect of that game.
Yeah, if anyone asks me like what my contribution to Tetris was, that's what I tell them, because it's on the cover art for all the current games, and people like it. So
Absolutely.
it's good.
Other than Boom, I mean, that's not a contribution at all. None whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it is an official sprite in Tetris 99, so I guess I can at least point at that too.
And with both of our
Sprite
players
with a
ready, we
trophy,
can
yeah.
we can get our next match started in 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Tetris.
Tetris.
Yeah, I'd say Boom is definitely a big contribution. It's known ubiquitously throughout the Tetris community.
Yeah, Tetris World was an interesting project, and I kind of saw what they were trying to do with it. And if you want to ask me like what the ultimate form of that is, I think Tetris Effect is actually what it should have been, because it has a lot of the elements. It has the evolving backgrounds. It has kind of like the
mood
peaceful
music.
zen that Hank was going for in Tetris Worlds, but executing on it so much better. But it has the competitive aspects, and it has a lot of things in it that make it a solid game on all fronts. So I was really happy to be able to finally see like a positive come out of like the start, which was Tetris Worlds.
And it kept the IP alive. I mean, Tetris could have been just another retro game. And had it not been a release in that early 2000s time frame, the IP just could have died. So it might not be anybody's favorite, but it was essential in keeping the line alive.
Absolutely, and it's definitely a notable and honorable part of the history, you know? Like,
Yeah, I mean, Guideline had to start somewhere. I mean, they had the right idea to try to create a standard so that it would be accessible to more players. And it has its merits, and
it definitely
now
plays
people have
well.
more. Yeah, it's approachable. You can
Like,
survive better. You can slide along the ground and spin things in places that wouldn't normally be a thing.
I
And
don't
the
know,
ultra high speed versions of that is super competitive, the master
Yeah.
speed.
Oh yeah. Now we
Oh,
have modern competitive Tetris is a thing, but people have
yeah.
choices. They can be a fan of classic or modern, or now now that the floodgates are open, TGM is becoming a thing. You don't have to buy an arcade board anymore to play that, which is super awesome.
And I don't know what all platforms Tetris Worlds came out for. I've only played the N64. I don't know if that's the only version of it. But I know
Xbox, PS2, and GBA.
I know that
GameCube.
on the N64, you're basically stuck with either that or Magical Tetris Challenge, which is like a Disney
Underrated.
themed.
Underrated.
It's a good game, but the speed varies within a level, which makes it really incredibly difficult to get the timing down. Because the game will just randomly speed up and slow down, seemingly at its own will. I'm not too sure what causes it on a technical level.
We got quite the score discrepancy here.
Yeah.
I don't think Gunter has really taken off this game. A failure to launch, insert the rocket jokes.
He's sitting
They
at
need to make a version of Tetris with a
30,000 at 41 lines, so less than 1,000 points per line so far.
It's basically no Tetrises, maybe one.
there should be like an Easter egg where you get 0 points. It has just a rocket screen. It's just nothing happens to push a button. Like Gunter set up for a Tetris. Boom, Tetris for Gunter. Getting that score back to 43,000 points.
And I think everybody's had that suffer game from time and again. And the important thing is to keep your composure, reset yourself, get back to a scoring position, and just go. Because we know that if you have the chops to play at level 20, it is possible to outlast your opponent.
Yeah.
At some point, your opponent is going to make a mistake. So there's no
We
need to
actually
panic and
haven't
try to
seen.
score.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
surprised we haven't seen a monster chase down like yet. They've all been pretty swift outcomes thus far. Hey, Almio playing up high, having a bit of a dig up there. Okay, those are going to help a lot to bring it back down and open up that well.
Opens it up, and now he's Tetris ready, but he will need an L or an I block to get over to the right there. And now creating it into a line dependency there.
Yeah, getting dependent and forming a hole there. So that dig's going to start up again.
We did say that Gunter is playing on a Super Game Boy.
No, Gunter is playing on a Game Boy there.
Oh, but he's looking up, so I'm wondering if there's a projection of some sort of the screen or.
Yeah, so he's looking at the capture feed.
Oh wow! So there's no delay in that, or he just deals with it.
There would be presumably some delay because you're not outputting to like a CRT TV, so you would be dealing with like monitor delay.
Wow.
I mean, theoretically, you could be using a CRT on your output, right? I mean, how does it's reading the RAM and then it's outputting a video signal through a computer, right? Is that how it works?
Oh, he is using a CRT to his IPS5 output mod. So Andrew has much more knowledge on the setups than I do. So apparently he is actually outputting because he's not using the interceptor. He's using an IPS5 output.
Okay.
Well, the advantage is no neck crink.
Oh, okay. You thought okay. So yeah, that would be the worst.
Oh, yeah, that would be absolutely awful.
That'd be like almost as bad as Invisible Tetris.
Yeah, it's the only downfall with the multiplayer on Nintendo Switch is the net code that they use is not the best.
We during the pandemic year for the Dr. Mario tournament I run, we went with that solution, and we had to turn down the speed to medium to compensate for that
Wow.
input lag. Yeah, that's the best we could do legally, so that's what we did.
Octatris in chat mentioning a lot of great Tetris games, PSP Advance Collection, Kiyomichi. I remember those. I want to have a side tournament on Card Captor Sakura Tetris.
CDI Tetris.
Oh
let's
my
go.
god, there was a card captor set.
Yeah, that was like
Oh,
I think we had a
goodness.
game library at BPS, And that was the game that I took for my own. I'm like, I'm taking that one because no one else is going to care about it. But it was an Eureka game, so it runs on the Grandmaster engine. But it came out for PlayStation 1, and it was solid.
Huh. I have a PS1 Classic that I have modded. I'll have to legally obtain a copy of that to put on there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's rare or not, but it's funny because like, I think my copy of it actually says property of BPS on it. My favorite version is actually Super Tetris 2 plus Bombless, and I brought my copy of that to the BPS office and had Hank Rogers sign it when I got interviewed for the job. So I don't know if it had an effect or anything, but I was working there a week later. So
And Hank Rogers is
shout out
actually
to Super
also the
Tetris
one
2
who's
plus Bombless.
credited with making the randomizer that Game Boy Tetris uses.
Yeah, I was reading up about that specifically for this tournament, and yeah, he was talking about how it had to be developed, and he had the programmers of the game take a train to go and visit him at his office to fix it, to fix the algorithm, like right when the game was about to ship. So they were changing
So,
code
so if
like
it's that
dangerously close
bad,
to launch.
if it's this bad now, what was it before?
Oh,
Not even random. That's why he was complaining about it.
yeah.
Like he was having he said, write down the pieces that come out and then, tell me if this is random because it's not random. And yeah, it wasn't random. So he had to, on short order, I mean, given the fact that the game shipped like, almost immediately after, he didn't have a lot of time to come up with a good algorithm. And I think even the fact that they tried to prevent, even though it caused the opposite effect, it was smart enough to try to prevent repeat pieces. It might not have been perfect, but it's probably a lot better than what it would have been. And also, um, had some thought put into it. So it wasn't like, they came up with like some jank solution. It was,
Oh,
good enough to the point where we didn't realize how bad it was until we can actually analyze it.
Yeah.
and
And without
janky.
his work, it would have just been completely non-random. Like Game Boy
And
Tetris would be a solved game by now.
Yeah.
Famicom
I thought it
Tetris
was
is
funny,
even worse.
looking up like the piece, what do you call random percentage rates? It
Mhm.
like spells out words. It's like L is its own word. It's like the lowest percentage. And then the next word is jizz,
Yep.
J-I-Z.
Oh no.
Yep, the jizz
That's all I
block, which has
remember. And I'm
a
like, L,
13.7% per piece.
L jizz OST.
We just got age
So
restricted. Way to go.
It's jizz with a J, kids. So it's
Okay.
nothing dirty.
it's only one Z,
We only one Z.
Yeah.
one Z, J-I-Z. And then OST, your official soundtrack, being the Tetris theme, is the highest percentage of Tetramino drop rate.
So we are getting close to double transition here for Almino. All this fun talk us commentators are having.
Yep.
Hope everybody's enjoying it, but this
100K
is the fun
point
part of the
difference
match.
here. Yeah. Gunter's got one round but has to stay in this. While Almio is getting close to level 20 here.
Absolutely.
50 line
10 lines
difference,
away.
Yeah. Gunter taking his time. Could be the strat here.
So with like a 50 line, 40 line difference between the players, so that's 10 Tetrises, so that's 200 plus thousand point possibility difference. So theoretically, like the possibilities are all over the place score wise for this game.
Almio getting himself into a bit of a situation here.
Oh, worst time for this too.
Oh man, it's looking really rough there. Almio needs to
And-
clean that up.
Oh, and he
Transition.
does top out at 405,000.
So yeah, I was saying before we didn't have a huge chase down. Now we do.
You willed it
Good job.
into existence with the commentator's curse. Oh, and a misrotate there by Gunter. He's gonna have to clean that up.
Still possible at the level 16 speed.
And he
But-
does do it quite handily.
Yep. So we're clean again. 405 something.
You
Yeah,
you want to say
405,023.
line it out, line it out, line it out, but that is a lot of single lines to do. It's just every Tetris would be so helpful in overcoming that 12, 10 to 10. It's too many Tetrises for me to compute at the moment.
More Tetris than you can handle.
Yes.
But it's a choice. You can either make it quick and painless, either way, make your Tetrises and call it done, or play it safe and mishaps can happen along the way and endurance and that sort of thing. So let's see how Gunter approaches this.
It looks like
Already
he's
kinda
gonna try to build for Tetrises, but just take the doubles and triples and singles where he can.
Yeah, I mean, it's level 18. Now would be the time to get a couple in while you can. Building the left well, so that's a start.
All right. Had a choice with the line
It
and
is.
decided to make the build.
Boom, Tetris for Gunter. 319. A little under
But
100,000 points to go.
you could see the panic in the game even getting up to heights 5 and 6, where it's like, okay, this is the decision marcation. I'm gonna burn this down if I don't get the piece that I need right now.
Yeah,
Being
actually, chat
addicted to
saying
chase down.
that the PB, Gunter's PB is 466,590, so it is going to be scraping PB territory here for Gunter either way.
And a little bit of an O burst there.
Oh, a little.
Okay, boom, Tetris for Gunter. Up to
Wow.
370.
That's the perfect time for that line piece.
Yeah, so another Tetris and change. Opting to go for the double into transition.
Yeah, when you're only down to 1, there's no sense in that.
Getting a nice double there. He's just 30,000 points away from taking it.
Yeah, so striking distance now. No need to go for the Tetrises because, I mean, the game's not going to get any faster.
Oh, a misdrop.
Spiraling out of control. Needs a line clear now. Oh,
no.
Wow. That's what happens. Did you see that end sequence?
Yeah. Just one hang and spiral out of control immediately. Blink and you'll miss
Absolutely.
it. That's how fast round ends come in Game Boy. Game Boy is a quick to slay the player.
Yeah, when you look at it on paper, the NES at its highest speed is so much faster than Game Boy in terms of the row by row descent, but that piece delay on the NES gives you the time to recover.
Yeah.
Whereas, it may be 3 frames per row, but you misdrop one thing and you're going down on Game Boy.
Right. Yeah, because there's no once something locks down, the next one locks down right after it, and you can't move. Like the ceiling is so close to where the piece spawns. Anytime a misdrop happens, it's really fast.
When this game was designed, we talked about the ending of the development time. They did not intend players to get to level 20. They did not intend players who made it to level 20 to last very long. So
No,
we have
absolutely
overcome those
not.
programmer or designer expectations, and you're dealing in the stratosphere of what was ever intended.
There we go. And with both players ready, we can get the final round started in 3, 2, 1.
Tetris. I always wonder if the original designers and programmers know what we've been doing with their game in the years since. Yeah, and sometimes I wonder, you got to find them, track them down, ask Hank or whoever. I guess Howard Phillips didn't have the answer. Who those people are, and try to talk to them. Maybe they have a Twitter or something. So hey, do you guys know what we've been doing with your game?
Alex Kerr has his suspicions, so
yeah. I saw his theories. He's pretty sure who it is, so it's a matter of making contact, I guess.
Yeah, just to realize, because obviously when you're designing the game, you're playing it, you're testing it, you're seeing how far you can go, and then to see this many years later how far players have pushed it.
Yeah, and not only that, but just the spectacle of it. I mean, I want to strap them to a chair and say, "Here, watch CTWC 2019. Are you not inspired?
Are you not entertained?"
Look at what you've created and the world that, you know, has fallen in love with this game. Luckily, Alexi and Hank are quite vocal about it, especially during the movie like promotion. They've had so many interviews, so many great interviews. There's a lot that I hadn't even seen, and then I think when I was researching for today, I ran into some more, found the interviews where he was talking about the Game Boy randomizer, and yeah, there's just so much out there, more information coming out constantly.
Yeah, it's just amazing how such a simple concept, such a simple game is still, in my personal opinion, the best puzzle game ever having been created.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you ask anybody who knows what a video game is, or even ones that don't, they'll probably say it's Tetris.
I mean, you want to get philosophical. This is what sold Game Boys to a broader audience beyond kids in 1989, and probably what introduced the idea of PDAs and later on cell phones to
Running
adult
games, yeah,
running games. But that what games are what got devices into people's hands, which gave them the practical applications later on. Because whenever devices were made back in the day that were practical only, they never sold that well.
No,
Games were the conduit to get into the brain of regular people. You got the
ooh,
device into the hands, then you got the practical and business-like applications later, not the business applications first, then the games. Because the original IBM PC is kinda trash. It's when it became a games machine that it really took off. So,
very true.
yeah, it wasn't until like the IBM Personal System 2 that they really started taking off.
Gunter recovering from a misshift there, clearing it off, getting it clean again. Oh man, Almio way up there,
wow,
really needing to burn now.
Yeah,
That's gonna
Almio
be tough to
definitely
survive.
in a bad
Needs a
needs a
good
line
position.
clear to oh,
oh, that's
no.
Oh, and he
hard
does
work.
top out.
Gunter takes it and will advance. That was an early top out, and given what happened last round, well, that was a crazy shift of
Gunter's got
momentum
his
there.
own backup dancer there in the background.
What a crazy ride though, this last round. Gunter not completing the chase down and then Almio with an early top out.
En
Gunter
the
will
entire
advance.
quarterfinals, man, wow.
Yeah,
Yeah, crazy.
definitely just been a crazy ride there. I can't wait to see what the semifinals bring us. With
And
that,
that was
though,
like 2 matches where we had chase downs that looked very doable and like on the verge of happening, and then just out of nowhere was like, what just happened?
So that's our final 4.
Yep.
absolutely,
Germany, France, and United States.
we're
Stay
gonna come
tuned.
back with EuroChrisKA versus BlueScuti next, and we will be right back. And we're back. Thank you very much for waiting.
I'm gonna have Vince look into making, all the custom stingers and stuff for our potential future event broadcasts for this. I'm gonna tell him instead of making it smooth like the smooth animation like the CTWC logo moving in and out, it's gotta leave this gray smear across the screen like a Game Boy.
I would love to get transition effects like that.
Yeah.
Great. I was watching some of your streams, like some of your past broadcasts the other day, and I was like, oh man, if we had that kind of production quality instead of my janky stream setup.
We'll get there. You gotta start from somewhere. Dude, if you look at CTWC 1 with our output, it was on a projector with the names were in pixel graphics that were keyed into some kind of really archaic old device to put names on top of screens.
There's like a security camera foot set up from the 90s, I guess, like the 4-screen thing.
Yeah,
I picked it up too, and the resolution is awful.
Yeah, like I can't believe like how far we've come from that. Uh,
Absolutely.
both in terms of, in the competitive scene and geez, I want to say something like, as humanity as a species has come a long way, and you can just view it through the lens of the CTWC's evolution.
So for our first semifinal match here, we've got EuroChrisKA versus BlueScuti. So Germany versus America.
Wow.
Scooty trying to keep the North American continent in the competition here.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a very lonely spot to represent. And here we have two handheld players, so no interceptor involved here. Us commentators will have to keep our eyes sharp.
And EuroChris
Absolutely.
keeping up the spirit of the '70s with the wood grain Game Boy.
I love that. That's
Very,
just
very Atari feeling.
that whole like that setup is just amazing looking, like with a really nice screen.
He's even got his own wood grain Game Boy emote on Twitch.
Very
And
cool.
nice.
There we go. And
We'll
when
add
both
up
players are ready, they can give us the thumbs up on screen there.
simul hover thumbs. Love it.
Excellent. And they can start the round off in 3, 2,
2,
1.
1. Tetris.
Tetris.
Tris.
This is going to be interesting to keep track of both scores here.
Yeah.
BlueScuti, you would think, has the advantage by keeping his Game Boy on a solid surface, but the screen quality of EuroChris's Game Boy might make it a little easier to see his score, believe it or not.
Yeah, I could totally read the score on EuroChris's screen.
We will do our best.
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with the focus, and the range of the camera on Scooties is probably not optimal, so we'll have to deal with reading through the blurriness, but that's our job, so we'll get to it. Both players super aggressive, pushing down,
Yeah.
just building. So this is going to be a different feel from a lot of the other matches that we've seen, where it was a slower pace, but now we've got two fast push down players now on the scene here.
BlueScuti suffered a bit of a misdrop on that O block, but immediately tucked a J in to get it good and ready there. Now he just needs to
Yeah,
clean up that
clean
slot
again.
with a line bar.
Scooty's previous match, he did have some issues with that tuck timing at level 9, so hopefully that doesn't repeat here in the semis.
Yeah, definitely a player that resents the lower speeds.
But you can see what mess his board is here early on
Yeah,
in game 1.
got a lot of dependencies going on. Need that LJ fill there. Fills it with a long bar. Ops to wow, interesting. I thought that would have gone for the triple there,
This board
but
needs some rehab for sure. Way too much dependency everywhere.
But gets himself
dumped
a
the long
triple
bar on the
there.
left, but gets the clear back down.
And these line clears, you can just see how helpful they are. It's a
Mhm.
good entire second of time in between the line clear and the next piece generation. So that just is an extreme, I wouldn't say advantage, but a very useful, I would say critical tool in these situations, clearing up top.
It's certainly a boon when you can get yourself that break and plan out where you're going to put the next piece.
Really need something
Oh,
on
and
that
another
left.
misdrop.
Oh, that's probably not going to be survivable. And there's a
Oof.
top out.
A series of
And
bad
EuroChris takes the
misdrops
first
leaves him at
round.
what looks like 34,000. We'll have to wait for confirmation on that before we let Chris top out.
We don't even get a rocket. The score was not very high. That's kind of insulting. That's the
38,215, which means Chris does take the first round.
I believe the rocket generation requires 100,000 points in Game Boy, not like 30,000 on NES.
Correct.
Wow.
So, I mean, if you were a level 0 playing a Game Boy, you just opened up for Christmas in 1988, 89 for the first time, you aren't seeing that rocket very early. That takes a long time to even get to 100,000 points. So,
Yeah,
Yeah, you get this, and the missile for 100 to 149.999 is just this pea-sized awful piece of garbage. EuroChrisKA, you can top out your game at any time, please. I need to learn how to say that in German. So EuroChrisKA just one win away from getting into the finals, which will be a best of 5. But for the semifinals, we are just going a best of 3. Andrew cheering on Scooty in the chat there, saying, "Focus up, golden boy. Your time is now." And if both players are ready here,
Okay.
both players playing on that golden color arrangement,
then we can play
color
in
translator.
3, 2,
2,
1.
1.
Tetris.
So about EuroChris's Game Boy, obviously it's got the screen mod, but that looks like a Game Boy color arrangement.
Yeah, so it does look... So I believe that Game Boy Tetris does actually translate the color regardless of the mode. It's just the screen on the Game Boy doesn't have the pixels to have it, right? Although that might be something from the IPS mod now that I'm noticing, because it's actually translating red as purple.
And again, Scooty flirting with danger early on. He needs to feel alive, man.
Oh, such a dirty Tetris.
Oh, man. You filthy American. Your filthy Tetrises. Get that out of here. Back to normal. Put on a show for us.
That was like the monster truck rally dirty Tetris.
Yes. That's what I had in mind when I said filthy American. You articulated better than I did.
The ballpark Frank eating, Coors Light drinking, monster truck rally watching Tetris.
Oh, give it to me. And you let that square go all the way to the bottom, just thinking about what to do with the next piece. How am I going to build this up again? Taking that moment to relax. Kind of like watching Green Tea play Tetris Effect Connected, and you get into the zone, and that very last piece of the zone just hangs there for a while until you actually place it. And Green Tea will like pause for a good 10 seconds to think everything out, and then go back to crazy speed TEC mode. But kind of enjoy those moments.
Scooty drumming on the table while he's waiting for the piece to fall.
And not to be outdone, EuroChris does the same with his line piece drop.
The first GB Tetris 360. The 360 no scope Tetris.
I guess not having the interceptor makes that easy. Yeah, it could be advantage to having that set up is different ways you can taunt your opponent or show off or whatever. But yeah, line clears being so long gives you a bit of room for creativity or flexing or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, it's in the chat saying Tetris barrel roll. Perfect.
The showmanship is definitely top tier.
I mean, when all on your screen other than the gameplay is your hands, that is being very creative and getting your personality out by just showing your hands. That's great stuff.
Scooty sitting at 161,000 here to EuroChrisKA's 120.
Nice box stack forming for Scooty there.
Yeah, the amount of Zs and O blocks that he's gotten are just ridiculous.
Minimal burning, super aggressive all the way through, and that's what you could do at level 9. And that's kind of the traditional reason why to have level 9. Let's see our top players go absolutely crazy with the slower speeds and pull out all the tricks in the book possible to score every single point possible.
Andrew in the comments saying that that first win from Chris was just a ruse by Scooty so he can come back sharking as he does.
You know,
It's definitely
youth in sports tend to have a no fear attitude, and Tetris is no different.
yeah. I mean, at these speeds, keeping your mind active, finding something to do with the time, like that's I can relate to that. It's something that probably keeps you sharper and more prepared for what you need to do. Makes the game more fun.
Goody creating himself 3 lines of garbage there, just deciding that he wants to clear that out.
And yeah, notice right well going on here, which isn't optimal, but seems
Well,
to suit the
Scooty might be getting a
situation.
little too cute here.
Does pull out a
Finally
Tetris on
gets
it.
the dirty Tetris, and there that now he's in safety, assuming the yep, and I get the piece cleared out. Still ahead by about 70,000 points. That's a 220, right?
Yep, sitting at just crossed 230 there to 170.
I saw it was a squiggle and not a straight line, so I'm using my powers of deduction to figure out that that's sort of a number that's more than EuroChris's. Oh,
Uh-oh.
is
Accidental
that a
pause there.
that's okay.
We haven't set a rule about that. It was clearly accidental and not for very long, so I'd say don't do it again.
That's a yellow card
The
for
warning
you,
was
Euro.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to clown around so much you get DQ'd.
It's the issue with those smaller Game Boy colors.
And EuroChrisKA crossing the 200,000 point threshold here.
I will say when Scooty picked up the system, the score was easier to read because I think the focus on the camera is keyed into a closer range. So
I'm assuming he's just using a webcam for this as well.
yeah, a
Sergeant
lot of
Shepard
those.
in the chat there. The rule of please don't make us make a rule.
Yeah. The rule get named after you, and that's almost never good.
Like Mollening.
Yeah.
Yep.
No Mollening. And it's forever ingrained into the legacy of competitive Tetris. It's
Stop
great though
sco-
because having, specific terminology when people get into our scene, they're like, it gets them curious. It's like, well, what's a Mullen? Why is it called a Mullen?
That's a person? Yeah.
I still often call like center wells and just random wells across the board Mike wells.
So we are approaching both players at level that's 14 and 13.
13.
So
Yeah.
14
Euro
and
is ahead in
13,
lines.
yeah.
Yep.
I
Yeah,
just
Euro's
noticed that
ahead
he's
this
been
time.
pressing down now because before Scooty had the
Yeah,
time
Scooty
disadvantage.
was playing fast earlier, but with
He's
yeah,
just gotten
EuroChris.
himself into a few positions there where he's had to slow it down and take care of a lot of business.
But I noticed, yeah, Euro is deliberately taking the game pressing on purpose. This isn't a game situation. This is a strategic decision.
Before that position, there were 9 O blocks, it looked like, on Euro's screen. And you can see there he's got that S tower on the right.
Yep.
Like he's playing Hatris over there.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. It was like take the same piece, stack on top of each other. You're playing Hatris.
Which Game Boy Hatris has a 1v1 mode, so that's a possibility for future
Oh,
side advantage.
yeah. I mean, once we get like we start doing this at live events or something, we're gonna have setups to do a Game Boy. So it's just like do the Hatris Game Boy tournament, do your
All
Faceball
those
tournament.
all those crazy Game Boy Link cable games, bring them to life.
Yep.
The Game Boy to this day, I think, is my favorite handheld console.
Ergonomically, for sure, the games that were designed around those limited color sets that forced really good game design and gameplay over flashy graphics, for sure.
I mean, when I was a
And
kid,
it
personally, I had a Game Boy and a Game Gear, and the Game Gear had obviously flashier graphics, had backlighting, and all of that, but the games just weren't as good, and the battery life was abysmal.
well, it tended to be console games because it was the same specs as a Sega Master System.
Yeah, it's Masters sports.
They just transferred all those games over, whereas Game Boy games, you had to deliberately make it a handheld game. The color wasn't there. There were limitations that forced designers to consider the platform's uniqueness. And, a PSP versus a DS. DS's games were designed to be handheld. PSP games were PlayStation 2 games. So, forcing a designer to think about what the game's being played on can produce a better result. Not always, but it can.
Both
I
players
had a PC
above.
Engine LT like when it launched, so I'm heavily like there's nothing that's ever gonna beat that like ever. Well, except maybe the Steam Deck, but
Yeah.
yeah, the PC Engine LT could play everything the console could. You could plug controllers into it. You could play it on a TV. You could do everything with it.
We have a
And like that,
transition. Oh, sorry.
The transition at 500,000 here
yeah,
for EuroChrisKA,
good
and
good score for
Scooty.
Chris. Yeah,
Scooty's sitting at 527 already, still on level 19. Just
Just
yeah,
transitioning
Chris is in the
now.
best shape of seeing the player in going into transition in a while.
A
Wipes
full
the screen
Whoa!
clear.
Hero Chris with the
perfectly.
"you can't see me."
So yeah, a bit of style in there.
But look at the insane drop rates of these pieces. You can feel the chaos.
Like we are seeing a lot more personality in just this first year. Like even with our limited view of what's going on, it's amazing being here watching, the players in this inaugural CTWC GB and doing the things that they're doing. Like it's just this is great.
Keep it
Scooty
fun. That's
on
what
level 20,
translates.
still setting himself up for Tetrises. Just no fear in this kid at all.
He's down a game. He has to take this game. And we are in a situation that we could go forever. We could
Yep,
get to that kill screen or that kill
this is that
score.
that first double max out that could possibly happen. So let's go.
Sitting
But
there,
you can tell that Scooty is loving playing at this speed. He was not enjoying the level 9 stuff.
Yeah, we've seen that. Like Dog is a player, in the Nest Tetris scene. Once you hit level 19 speed, it's like, what- Dog gets
Now we're
unleashed.
playing.
Yeah.
And another Tetris for Scooty here.
brings
The
him up to
Scooty does, but
600.
600,000.
it's definitely an increase in power here.
So Euro Chris down by about 2 Tetrises roughly. Keeping a clean board, possibly going to set up a center well Tetris here. But the important part is survival. So score when you can. Now, if you get to 800,000, then you need to worry about
Ooh,
your efficiency. But
it's
Scooty's in trouble now.
tendencies
Gets that over. What a
needs
another
Oh,
better.
and he
hit.
And
does
oh,
get the
that's not gonna
top
be
out at
survivable.
621,000 there.
So yeah, Eurocris with a chase down situation here. Can line it out.
Well, we've seen lineouts fail, so
Yeah, like surprising results from earlier chase downs. Let's see how this one pans out. Go, little rocket, go.
yeah, that'd be a fun timer. You must beat their score before the rocket clears.
Before the rocket clears. Yeah, that'd be funny. 621.
382 or 982. 942. 621, 942. So
But this is a problematic build.
622,000.
This okay, that clear out, it's back to manageable, but this was not. This is not that was not a safe height. Height 4, 5, 6 at level 20 could be an instant game over with one misdrop.
It's a good double there.
Just 22,000 points away from going into the finals here.
Looks like a Tetris setup. That's a swag way to do it. I'm not encouraging it, but it'd be really cool if that's what you did. Play it safe.
I mean, considering the hit-miss ratio of completed chase downs,
Yes.
we have yet to see a good one. Or yet to see one.
And I believe 621 is the best score of the day so far, if I'm not mistaken.
So this already is the best match of the day.
Just 6,000 points to go here for EuroChrisKA.
$1,000 and change. Double, triple will definitely do it. There's a single.
And with that, he does take the match.
GG's all around.
GG's to Scooty and to ChrisKA. And
now
congratulations to
only
EuroChrisKA.
So will we have an all-German final?
It's certainly a possibility. And we'll be back in just a few minutes with the next semifinal match. And we're back. Thank you all very much for waiting. We are here with our next semi-final matchup.
Determining the other who will be going to our grand finals.
We got Gunter with the Game Boy shirt with the Japanese.
Yeah, I think that Gunter was on earlier with wearing that shirt for the Polish championships.
MJ in the chat saying that's a nice looking shirt.
Yep, gotta put it on. 2 layers.
I actually am a firm believer in the gamer shirt, like unleashing your powers. Like, I had this whole run where I would win a major tournament, and then I would wear the T-shirt from that tournament to the next one, and I'd wear the T-shirt to the next one, and then I'd wear the T-shirt to the next one. So when I won the Sonic and Knuckles, like the Sega World Championships, I was actually wearing a Mortal Kombat shirt from from the Hawaii State Mortal Kombat Championships.
Gunter's double stacking the gamer power shirts.
Yeah, maximum efficiency and gamer power.
I can't do that. I took my NWC shirt and framed it, so that was too much money to break that back out under glass.
I have an NWC shirt somewhere, and I don't know where it went. I need to find it.
That's worth a lot of money there, bro.
I know. I got the hats. And I got the hat that I can't sell because it's like made out, it's autographed to me. So they're like that's Terry Torok's like signature. So
yeah, could you just sign that? My name is eBay. Sergeant Shepard asking, how much gamer power until it starts counting as doping?
I could go for some gummies right now. That sounds great. But I just saw that ad show up again at my feed.
Oh yeah, what's the prize pool? I'm not aware of what the prize pool for this is.
I don't think we have a prize pool for today.
Okay.
Today is more just about getting it out there, and hopefully the prizes will come. So today is about honor and glory.
How much are those interceptors?
They're about $50, I believe. If Andrew can confirm in the chat there, he knows, because he knows who makes them. Yeah, 50 Canadian.
Wow.
Okay. So who is... So EuroChris does not have one out of choice, or doesn't have one yet at all?
I'm not sure.
All right, well, are we live?
Yes.
Okay, well, you know what? EuroChris is listening. I will pick him up an interceptor for making the finals, if he wants one.
Awesome. Shout outs to Chris Bidwell for improving the quality of the scene's output, I guess.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's
literally
that's super cool. Yeah,
that's amazing. Yeah.
So
I mean, yeah,
if we Discord there, Mr. EuroChris. Well, we got some Chris on Chris team up here.
It sets a good precedent. Maybe it'll be something that will be paid forward in terms of our competitors. I mean, it's going to be used for building the scene. So love to see it.
Definitely good to see some Chris love in the world. There we go, and if we can get both players to return to the home screen, then we can get the match underway.
So if you start on level 9 heart, and you transition to level 10 heart, then that is level 20?
Level 20 speeds, yes.
Got it.
But with level 10 scoring.
Correct, but it doesn't go up any more than that, even though it theoretically could.
What is that Metroid cartridge that Mark is
He's
blessing
using
his
it.
Game Boy with.
He's using it to turn on and off his Game Boy because he can't get his finger in there with the interceptor.
Oh, it's so weird. Okay, I was like wondering. This is a ritual. He's done this before.
It's just his coaster for his mug.
The coaster, it's a Metroid coaster. Wow. Blessed with a Metroid coaster.
Yep.
But I'm cheap. I will not throw in the coaster. I will only throw in the interceptor for Chris.
There we go. And both players have given me the ready up, so they can start off the round in 3, 2, 1.
1.
Tetris.
Tetris. I
Man,
have like
Gunter's,
a bunch of. Oh, same piece.
Gunter's glove there, pretty. Got some serious dude from the Wizard vibes with that glove.
We need
So
a Tetris Power Glove only tournament.
Oh Lord, you might bankrupt just finding working power gloves.
No kidding.
Yeah, I was never. I don't know. An effective peripheral, so. I
That's
mean,
some
even
effective
if you.
marketing.
Yeah. I mean, it looks cool, but it doesn't really work. Oh, Simul Tetris. Love to see it.
Putting on a show. Gunter not pressing up. Now he presses down. See, I love the strategy to this. I don't know what it is. They know. That's all that matters.
The O block
You're
stack
watching.
for Gunter.
Just letting it cascade down ever so slightly.
Yeah, I mean, now you have time to change it up a bit.
I mean, there is, there's talk in the NES Tetris community. We're probably gonna have a line cap this year, and you become kind of nervous about getting away from the original game design with the scoring system and the score caps and all that kind of thing. And the further you get away from the original game, the less of the original game it is. And we're in that moment with the Game Boy scene where we're using the pure ROM, or the pure game version, not making any changes to it.
Yeah.
But as good as these players are and wanting to get away from the level 9 starts and wanting to start at the heart 9 or the K level as you call it, you could get a ROM change to where you implement the actual score instead of the heart. There'd be one mod you could put in there that would use level 19 scoring for K9 or for heart 9 scoring. But then the more you do that, the more you get away from that. So there's something to be said about the purity of the original game that we've kind of lost in the NES scene that I hope you at
Yeah,
least
I think going back to pure is probably better. I have some ideas about that, so
Yeah, and
hopefully
I think
we'll be able to get back to that.
like the level K ROM that we have, which is basically you can start at level 20. That's more so that just something that we use for practice and not something that we've really been interested in running tournaments on K starts for. I think the general feeling and consensus in the Game Boy community is that we like the pureness, we like the scoring the way that it is. So like even doing something where like level 9 heart would start you off at level 19 scores, I don't think would be as interesting or as true to the game.
Yeah, I mean, you always want to have.
Go ahead.
Oh, you always want to have the approachability of like some kid who just grew up with it can play the version that they have and have the authentic training and experience, without having to add any extra, modifications or use a special ROM or play by different rules that the game never had.
Exactly.
Literally dug up out of the mom's closet.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Like Scooty just finding a Game Boy Color in the attic and saying, "Hey, can I use this?" And then becoming one of our best competitors and the top of our high score list on the server.
Now imagine if CTWC with NES version had taken up your rule with the max outs of better scoring efficiency rather than uncapping the score and just letting it go. Would we have had the level 29 revolution? Would we have had the rolling revolution? But it would have been a different game and it would have progressed to where something like rolling would have helped, but maybe wouldn't have come at the same time. But then you also wouldn't have had the problem we currently have with the line cap question.
Well, and that's
It'd
what
be
I
like-
think, because I considered that rule very carefully when I was thinking about the best way to do it, and my sort of thought process on it was because I'm the one who originally suggested the efficiency rule. My thought process was essentially, as this progresses, as players get better, we do have more consistent max outs in tournament, what would make the gameplay more interesting? And if efficiency is your be-all end-all if both players are going to max out, then you're going to see riskier strats develop.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a good one. I mean, that actually, yeah. My words for it was it incentivizes aggressive play. You're rewarded for it.
Look at that. You can see Gunter changing his mind 3 times with that line piece.
Got the time, use it. But yeah, MarQ up to a huge score lead here. 80,000 points.
And speaking of Chris's, is that a Chris Forrest I see in Gunter's screen, or another bearded individual who isn't Chris Forrest?
I'm pretty sure it's Chris Forrest.
So significant lead here for MarQ. Look how high he's playing. What?
Yeah, that's playing with fire.
That was the pieces were touching. So a literal last frame.
Yeah, had to avoid that lockdown.
1/60th of a second difference there between a game over and continuing this game.
Tetris ready, and boom, Tetris or MarQ getting back down into safety.
Just immaculate play there, getting out.
Yeah,
of
look
that.
at that. Jumping up to a 70,000 point lead now.
Yeah, that could have easily gone to a chase down right there.
Yeah, and that would have been a long chase down either way.
Well, the lead's about 80,000.
Sergeant Shepard winning the best comment of the day. MarQ paid for the whole screen. He's gonna use the whole screen.
Fill it up. Look at all those dead long bars there. It's like a graveyard.
Yep. GB Tetris RNG at work here, giving him every long bar in the game when he doesn't need it.
That was a situation there with Gunter with the with the 2 lines. Could have gotten Tetris ready. Decides not to, but he kind of knew the third one was coming, and he did get it. Plays the safety triple. Starting to shrink the gap just a little bit.
Yeah, and with the line difference here, there's about a 25 line difference between the two. So if Gunter plays efficiently enough, he could catch back up.
Yeah, Gunter's last few levels, getting into level 11, have been very efficient. Has made the difference in catching up.
Got a misdrop on that T though, so that's gonna cost him a Tetris.
You know what we need? You remember those original Game Boy store displays that looked like a gigantic Game Boy complete with green CRT? That's what we need to play on.
Oh, those would be perfect.
Have like
Those
8
are
of those
worth
lined up.
we had one of those, I think in Portland we had like a Game Boy contest, I think, at one of our screenings, I want to say, for Ecstasy of Order. For some reason, I remember that kiosk being there. I just don't remember what we used it for.
Gunter set up perfectly for a column 3 Tetris, but just waiting.
There it is.
There it is.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and also that's not a very good solution to burn pieces. So the 2 wide well is better for that than the 3 or 4 wide. But then again, look at the double Tetris. No extra points for that. Sorry.
And then he gets another line piece after. And
But
another
it's
one.
Close the gap to 50.
And there's a comment in the chat about finding a post from Guitar explaining GB Tetris RNG. Yeah, he would definitely. Yeah, I mean, he was probably one of the people who would be the first you'd ask about it. But now all I can think about is LJ's OST.
The amount
You get L
of...
the least, you get more jizz, and you get the most
Oh.
OST.
Just a medium amount of jizz, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, stop.
Respectable, but not too much.
We are getting banned. Hey now.
Just a little bit of L. I'll never forget it though. It's burned into my mind.
Mine
what
as
the peace
well.
distribution is now.
Yeah, you'll never forget it. right up there with the I'm in the mood for tucking.
And in my mind, Joseph Saley tucking his shirt like just plays automatically whenever I hear that.
So good. Over the years, this is my third place. People in the modern age, they have their work, they have their home. They don't often have a third place. So I am blessed and lucky to have this in all flavors and forms, even if I'm not in every single tournament online every month. Oh. Mark
having some
Something
issues.
to the left.
Oh man,
Mark does top
there's
out.
a chase down.
376,842.
So this is possible to get to before level 20 for Gunter.
Oh, is it 374?
We'll see.
376,842 says chat. And I think that's what I saw too.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Mark's saying differently, but I think it was 376,842. Yeah, 376,842. So 377 will win Gunter the point.
And that Tetris gets him really close. And opt for the double.
And there it is, 377.
Woo!
Gunter taking the first round, which is quite a bit of an upset against Mark, our first seed. Whoop! Whoop! Mark giving GGs in the chat here.
I mean, that's the setup I want. The fridge is almost within arm reach. You could have the stream up behind you if you wanted to.
My game dev setup is like that. I have a fridge at arm length.
Chris Forrest within arm reach, probably not ideal. I'd probably evens it all out.
Yeah.
And if both players are ready, we can get underway with round 2.
At hover thumbs.
Excellent. They can start off in 3, 2, 1.
1.
Tetris.
And actually, you can credit or blame Hard Drop for the LJ's OST because that's how they listed it on their site, like in those sets of letters. And that's just how I read it.
Yeah, they could have easily done like IJZ.
Yeah,
they could have just listed the letters in a different order.
What's hard drop? They knew what they were doing.
Right?
Well, they literally call themselves hard drop.
Yeah.
The amount of O blocks that MarQ has gotten already is just ridiculous. The O's and the S's. The one thing that I've noticed about the RNG, and I don't have stats to back it up, it's purely anecdotal, but I noticed that T's don't tend to drop in spurts.
Spurts.
So no T bursts, as
No,
Jonas would call them.
you don't tend to get T bursts.
There might be an algorithmic blockage, and there could be a reason for that, because I was reading about the algorithm, and yeah, it actually disqualifies certain combinations from being common.
Yeah, and I think that the T block's binary value is the cause of that, but I haven't done the math on it yet.
It's like the math when they spawn, if they add up to a common number, it makes it more likely, and then other combinations make it less likely, and maybe T on T is like, you know, an odd number and an odd number or something. And
yeah, it's like getting 2 T's in a row is fairly common, but getting more than 2 is very uncommon in my personal experience.
I mean, as this scene grows, I'm sure there's going to be optimal placements, optimal strats to take advantage of this. I'm kind of excited because there's a frontier here of depth that, you know, I'm just reading the lore. You know, it's like reading like these legends of these, you know, these. It's crazy. It's like video game mythology. They're these legends of how things work. And then being able to harness that and be able to witness that and see players unlock that as the scene grows, that to me is something I'm kind of excited about.
Yeah, and we have had some discussions on like potentially being able to calculate what the next piece is.
Yeah.
Based
or at least,
on
you know,
the algorithm.
have an optimal placement. Like someone will be able to like run it back and, you know, make a video saying like, well, because this piece was placed here, then it was 1 in whatever chance, maybe a 1 in 2 chance that this could spawn next. So this is why this player placed this here, and you know, with the result being as such.
Knowing that it's possible that you might be able to manipulate, kind of like you manipulate the barrels in Donkey Kong, for instance.
Yeah.
That would
It's not
break
like
the
cheating,
game.
but it's actually based on knowledge of the game, knowing it really well.
I mean, like, just knowing the RNG algorithm, even just the amount that I do, has changed my play, because I will purposely bias myself against things that set up L dependencies versus J dependencies.
Yep. Yeah, that was the first thing I thought, was like, okay, with L being the rare piece, then I will not try to become L dependent.
Yeah, like,
And
you're literally more likely to get an I block than an L block, so you're almost better off going for those dependencies.
Right.
In the Dr.
Go for
Mario
the
scene,
Tetris.
there are several sequences where you'll get a burst of double red pieces, for instance, that'll go on for several pieces, and then every time that happens, it will end with a red yellow. So you obviously set up your situation to take advantage of that and get blues out of the way. So a lot of those sequences exist. So I can see that translating to Tetris.
That has
once
screwed me so many times in Dr. Mario.
Oh yeah.
I'm just a casual player at it myself. Like, I'm not great, but the double reds that end in the red yellow almost always screws me up.
Every time.
We were pretty neck and neck, but now MarQ coming out to a 20,000 point lead, now more.
But also
With an
18
line
lines
advantage.
ahead. So both players on a really good pace right now.
And the amount of, again, with pressing down and not pressing down, it's kind of like old school NASCAR when you would let somebody take the lead from you, knowing that you could draft to take the lead on the final lap. It's kind of that kind of strategy here. I kind of love it.
Yeah, and there's enough kind of like time to adjust to, if you feel like that strat, now we can actually implement it and have a tangible result from it. within 30 seconds or so.
Dancing Longbar in the chat here mentioning that there are certain piece combinations, so whatever the current piece in the matrix is and the piece in the next queue, that raise the probability for the next spawn up to roughly 20%, 27%.
So the next frontier is, can that be manipulated? Or is all these predetermined? Is it a true real-time generator, or is it a seed situation?
So I'm not certain of that, but I know that there are people in the Discord who are a lot more knowledgeable about how the RNG works. Because we are working on, like I said, trying to get set seed as an option. So I know that they would have the knowledge there, but I'm not personally too sure of it.
Yeah, I'm sure, in the next year or so, I mean, all this stuff is going to have to be thought up, especially if you want to get this into, expand it, get into live events and figure out what the process would be best to, grow it as an esport. Those are all things that are going to become super important pretty soon.
But more so than RNG manipulation, the true power of knowing like how a set of two pieces manipulates the odds of the next piece generating as a certain piece could, like, if you memorize all those cases, then you would have a better idea on how to stack based on what two pieces you have information on.
Yeah. And if you guys do have set seeds, then you'd also want the behavior to be true to whatever the official RNG sets would be.
Of course, yeah.
So it's all
All right,
that
so we have a
knowledge.
tie game. What Nerd
Yeah.
Talk does for the game itself.
This is a very even match, and definitely we've already seen the best matchup thus far.
Gunter's behind, but definitely ahead on pace. About 25 lines behind.
Yeah, way more run rate. Bags down another Tetris, so solidifying that there.
Yeah, keeping the score
Out of the score.
pretty much neck and neck, just about a Tetris in between them.
And the interesting thing, this versus NES Tetris, the speed changes aren't so punch in the gut. We're not doing 50%, 100% speed increases. We're going gradual. We're going from, I don't have the chart in front of me, but is it 9 to 8 or something frames?
I do
From 9 to
have the
10.
chart. So it's 11 frames on 9, 10 frames on 10.
So it's barely a 10% increase in speed. You like hardly noticeable.
Yeah, it drops by 1 frame per change. So between levels 9 and 14, it drops 1 frame per level.
Yeah.
But a 3
But
to
that
2
is enough to
change,
screw up your timing.
a 3 to 2 change is 50% increase. A 2 to
Yeah.
1 is a double increase. 11 to 10 should register, but not enough to. You can ease your way into it.
Exactly, and the most dramatic change is a 25% speed increase at level 19 to 20, where it goes from 4 frames to 3 frames.
Yeah.
It's not a gut punch for sure. But this is good stuff here. Gunter looking for his ticket to the finals. Behind by not about roughly a Tetris, but in the driver's seat pace-wise if this does become a marathon.
Or if they both end up maxing out, Gunter's got a better TRT, which will result in a lower line count.
If Gunter maxes out, that would be the best tournament PB that we've gotten. Like, in terms of the disparity between current PB.
Do we count wins by the loser score? Or it would just be a PB in general because we didn't let them mull in, that kind of deal?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
No, I can't speak language. When you record a tournament score, of the impression CTWC really only records the losing player's score because the winner has to exceed that, and then they don't count mullining for what it is.
Oh,
Unofficially, we do.
we've counted mullining in terms of a player's PB score, because I think that that was Scuti's first max out for Game Boy Tetris on the server.
Mhm.
Like, I don't think he had the max out score on our high score list, but then we let him mullin in a tournament there because he was just
Makes
on
sense in
such
that
good
situation.
pace.
Yep. Well, Gunter's in trouble. All this talk about great play, and now we're halfway at the board. We have 2 pieces of cheese in
Yeah.
rows 5 and 6, which should be manageable, but we are at the level 14 type pace speed. One mistake can end it.
Yeah, and Gunter's losing that pace lead by having to do all these singles. But it's what you
That,
got to do to dig.
but the pace is up to 40 lines now.
Yeah, MarQ blazing ahead.
Yeah, and
Almost
Still pressing down.
with only a 30,000 score difference, so it's definitely Gunter's still leading in terms of overall pace.
Yeah.
Right, MarQ's about to hit 20.
You can see MarQ doing the stereotypical crosshand hyper tap.
That sounds so cool. But yeah, the first time I saw MarQ hyper tap at Gamescom, I was just like, wow, that's such a cool grip. Like, I didn't think it would be something common in another form of the game like Game Boy Tetris, but here we are.
See, now Gunter's finally getting into the uncomfortable speeds. But look at this, 397, 393, but as we said, about a
Yeah,
40 line
huge
difference.
pace.
Gunter having to pass up the Tetris to play the safety. Ooh, and we lost
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
battery? Did the batteries die?
No, I can still see light emanating from the actual screen of the Game Boy.
Oh, so oh. I mean, I'm not a judge,
Oh
but I
no.
mean, he was. Since it's not a decider, if it were me, I would say give MarQ the hard on that one, but I'm glad I don't have to make this decision.
That's
What
not
kind
good.
of
In terms of it, I'm gonna have to count it as being a top out at the score that he was at, which was roughly the early 400s. So I would have to give MarQ the point on that one.
was
It's unfortunate, but at least it wasn't a decider, so we have a game 3. Wow.
yeah, got to keep those modded systems stable.
DLB in the chat saying only one solution: disqualify and let the backup player compete, which is real convenient for DLB because he's the backup player.
Oh,
I think I just saw Gunter changing batteries. That might have been a battery. This is where you have the
use
Energizer Bunny go across the screen.
shove some
jumping to
toilet
come.
paper in there, man. Get that battery seated in there, nice and good. Or shove an AC power thing in there if you have to.
We'll give Gunter a moment here. Are you good in terms of power, Gunter? Okay. Good. Sorry about taking the point from you there. It's an unfortunate situation.
Takes the catchphrase, now you're playing with power, to a whole new meaning.
Man, that was a great match too. Good score on the way too, and
We were going to have that level 20 showdown, so maybe they'll
yeah.
bring it to us here in a decider.
Here you go, decider. So let's go.
And if both players are ready, then we can start the next match off. We can start in 3, 2,
2,
1.
1.
Tetris.
Tetris.
They have the equivalent of a dollar store in Europe. Do they have a Euro store? Don't buy batteries at the Euro store.
I know that in Britain they have a place called Pound Town. And its competitor, Poundland.
Oh,
Well, a little bit of a slide there for MarQ on that Zed. Some early cheese will let Gunter start off with some better efficiency.
MarQ open it right back up. Needs a good piece to clear it out. Doesn't use a double long bar there to clear it out. What's he waiting for? I guess a T? Okay, that does it.
still waiting for his first Tetris.
9
Finally gets it.
lines. Boom, Tetris for MarQ. Getting on the board there. Gunter out to an early lead.
And again, Gunter playing the slow game, letting every single piece take its entire. Now he presses down as soon as he hears me talk about it. I'm here for it.
They have to do everything they can to spite the commentators.
No, that's perfectly fine. That's our job to be the clowns.
I mean, we curse them, they spite us. That's just the way of the world.
I'll roll.
That's the power of Pound Town.
You know,
Now you're pounding with
not-
power.
oh Lord. I mean, that's why they Brexited. They didn't want the euro. They needed Pound Town.
Yeah, it'd be Eurotown instead.
Pound euro or euro. Yeah, that just doesn't. No. Naming conventions matter. This guy's card drop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't be as popular if their name was like the Push Down Press,
Yeah, no, it's just sounds like a hipster coffee shop.
right? Really does.
That sounds like a good name for a Tetris newspaper.
That flat burn by Gunter, very, very satisfying. Cleaning up the trash, and leaving a nice clean board with a unconventional line flat burn.
Yeah, Gunter looking really good here. Just extremely efficient, playing methodically.
Oh, a
Up
little bit of a
little early
misdrop on
shift.
that eye block, though. But he gets another one, so
Oh.
he can clean it right up.
Hey, MarQ taking back the lead here. 12 lines ahead. So still a close game.
Gunter ahead on points and behind on lines, so definitely carrying a better pace, keeping his mojo from last game in terms of that.
I mean, we've seen it all like this. Even though it's only been, a bracket of 8, single elimination. We've seen so many different types of situations happen and so much drama, failed chase downs, really close games, by a hair, victories,
Ciders,
showboating,
comebacks,
drama.
Yep,
Yeah,
good
just
stuff.
Shout out to Dancing Longbar there, posting a blog article about the data set that's been analyzed for the RNG on Game Boy Tetris in the chat there. So if anyone wants to learn more about that, they can check that out.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look at that when I can. Like I
I'm gonna-
did the research I could, but more on it is even better.
I'm gonna copy the link and I'm actually gonna DM it to both of you right now.
Okay.
There was a 100-point difference for a moment there, but a couple lines from MarQ expanded that ever so slightly. But Gunter's going to take the lead with that Tetris.
I know it's quite the rabbit hole, because this is like the little bit that I did read up. I thought it would be easy, and then I was just like, I saw the hard drop page, I saw another page, and then I saw, the video where Hank was like actually talking about it. So there's a lot of info out there and a lot of room to help grow the scene with that kind of knowledge. I think it's really compelling. Like, retro esports is something that, you could take something that back in its day, it wasn't really picked apart. And now that we have the technology and time has passed, you could actually mold and shape the esport into something, like the CTWC, like how we kind of turned it into what's now called a classic score attack. Make the most of what was built back in the day and turn it into something really exciting that new generations of players somehow will flock to. I don't know how we did it, but it happened, and maybe we can do it again.
We've certainly come a long way from sending Polaroids to Nintendo Power.
I know, right?
That we have, yeah, since the days of sending videotapes into Twin Galaxies and Polaroids in.
So Gunter with the points lead, absolute, and the pace lead has a 20-line advantage for what MarQ is trying to accomplish.
This is extremely interesting match stylistically because, MarQ super aggressive and fast, pushing down, getting amazing maneuvers off, in YOLO fashion, and then Gunter, slow, methodical, great pace, great score, battery failure.
Mm. $191, $193, so right where we want to be for this decider. No early top outs, first transition for MarQ. So now we're gonna every 10 lines, inch ever so closer to that.
We are
level 20.
And it makes it very interesting having Gunter have the pace lead in this match, because MarQ, being our number 1 seed, he maxes out all the time, very experienced player. So typically he would have the advantage, but giving Gunter that pace lead early on makes it a lot more competitive.
Right, doesn't go the distance.
Almost not wanting to be that far behind, because when you're 40 to 50 lines behind, then you know too much of the path ahead of you. You kind of want to still see the horizon. So maybe keeping that pace at 20 to 30 lines is optimal. But because you have seen him press down on occasion, or maybe he's just bored.
MarQ building up there. He's gonna have to dig back down.
Inopportune time to plug that hole. That eye block could have gotten it free for him.
Yeah, putting a lot of weight on that left side. Might convert to a dirty here. The long bar comes.
Oh, but he tops out at 228,000.
Just like
Gunter's in the finals.
Gunter, my man, you have made it to the finals.
Overcomes the number 1 seed, overcomes dead batteries, overcomes Chris Forrest in his ear. Hell of a run for Gunter.
That is the sudden death nature of GB Tetris. Just like that, you play with fire, you play too high, and in an instant, if that long bar doesn't come, I mean, that's going to be it.
Just a huge upset.
Yeah, first seed is out.
So we have France versus Germany.
So seeds 13 and 2 are in the final.
Wow, what a run by Gunter.
Just absolutely amazing. GG's to MarQ. That was a great game, great play.
Look at this by MarQ. What that's some sportsmanship. Because rotating those letters all the way up to T, that's a lot of taps.
It is. And after your hands are so sore from hyper tapping for so long.
Yeah. And we got a whoop over there. Oh, that's Chris Force. Self-promoting. Love the guy.
Whoopa? Is that like a whoop and a Koopa? Had a baby? You get a Whoopa?
Whoop XD.
Whoop-D.
Good stuff. We have a finals, folks.
There we go. We will be back in just a few minutes with your finalists, EuroChrisKA and Gunter. And we're back.
We have a grand finals on our hands here. Germany versus France.
EuroChrisKA versus Gunter.
Yeah, the road leading up to this has been so exciting and just so interesting. All these differences from what we're used to playing out, in competitive form here. So definitely very strong first showing of this competitive scene tournament, whatever you want to call it, and looking forward to watch it grow more. This is where we start. This is where we build upon.
Absolutely. And a little something that I didn't mention earlier, but EuroChrisKA actually wearing a heart monitor throughout this tournament and throughout his regular stream, so you can actually see his heart rate live as he plays.
Oh, wow.
That's nerves. 108. That's not resting.
So the final here will be level 9 starts best of 5 for the finals. So the first player to earn 3 hearts will be our first CTWC GB champion.
What a tremendous start. What a great tournament. I'm so excited to see something like this go live in the next few years.
Yeah, I didn't even know, right, all these things that were going to be happening with it, or, that it is so important, right? Like, the question 13 years ago was, who's the best Tetris player in the world? But what version becomes the next question? And the fact that it took 13 years to answer the question for probably the most widely played version of it, I am surprised that it took us this long to get here, but I'm glad we are here, and I'm so honored to be a part of it.
And kudos to keeping it real with the real equipment. No emulators. Get that stuff out of here. I'm loving it.
And honestly, thank you both of you Chris's for coming, because you guys are absolutely amazing. You're pillars of the community.
Well, we're here to help it grow, and we want this. Thank you for starting, building the ship so that it can set sail. It takes a lot of work and a lot of faith and a lot of doing things that other people aren't willing to do to get it this far. So we all work together, and we all see a positive thing come from it. And let's do this.
And with that, if both players are ready, we can get this underway. We got the thumbs up from Gunter. And a thumbs up from Chris, so we can start in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Tetris.
Game Boy.
I have no idea how that came out, but hopefully terrible. But awesome.
It'll be great if we can if all three of us can get together at a live event and do it in absolute unison.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna happen. Oh. Okay, this will be restart.
Yeah, this will be a restart. We have a power down by Gunter here. Chris, if we can get you to top out, we're gonna restart this line. This game here.
We did find out that it is a leverage situation. The batteries are being rattled, and there's not enough, whether paper, toilet paper, something in there to kind of wedge it in there. The springs are not holding up after 40 plus years for some reason. I can't imagine why.
I mean, if you put enough pressure on the batteries with the cover, they just won't move. So that's why I said if you stuff toilet paper in there and just make it so the batteries just can't go anywhere, and once you have a good connection established, then it'll probably hold. So either that, or if there's an AC like power plug solution, might be a good time to use it.
There we go. Sorry about that, Chris.
Heart rate's down to 103, so
there we go. We've got thumbs up from both players, so if we can get back to the home screen, then we can get the match started up again. There we go, and they can start in 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Tetris.
Tetris. Here we go. For reals.
It's good that, we know possible issues like this for the future, when we're setting up our live setups and things like that, making sure all the real hardware has, power, backup power, that's going to be something we're going to think of now.
Yeah, it might be prudent to get some third-party AC adapters.
Would it be too much to ask to, I think people like the Game Boy too much to have a Super Game Boy setup console television set. That would be the easiest from a live standpoint and equipment setup, but you kind of want those players with those handheld devices.
Yeah, there is a certain
Play the
charm
game.
to it. So but there might be a way to give it consistent power, consistent video output. You can, you treat it like a controller in the end. Like, people can bring their own, but, if it works with the setup we need for broadcasting and stability purposes, let's put it that way.
The only thing that... So personally, I prefer playing on the SGB. Like, the Super Game Boy is my personal preferred way to play. The one issue that I have with it, potentially competitively, is the advent of rolling. It would make it the only way to play.
Yep.
Yeah. Although, this particular game, it seems Hyper Tapper would still be able to max out efficiently.
There's no level 29.
Yeah.
This is true.
So a Hyper Tapper that can max out efficiently with the current rule set, would still be fine against a roller, I think.
This is true, because if we're not going beyond max out, then being able to play infinitely into level 20 isn't really
like your
valuable
rule
at
set
that
is actually
point.
your inaugural rule set is actually really good, and to its credit, like, probably better than what we had for CTWC 1, because it encourages risk taking and being efficient. And we didn't have rule sets in place for that until like year 3, I think.
Well, I was trying to future-proof it when I came up with it.
Yeah, that's a good start. I still think that, like, there's room for, innovation and improvement, getting the match times down to something more comfortable for, esports, so that they don't drag on or, be boring or whatever. Higher level starts, there's other things that probably you guys know better than I do how to implement or execute as we go on, but it's part of the learning process, and sometimes you have to have the year where things are basic and approachable, and that's what this is.
Yeah, and I think that as we continue, higher level starts are going to become the norm. The main reason for not doing it today was just because we're introducing the CTWC community to Game Boy Tetris, so having it at a digestible speed to begin with, I think is important for that.
Yeah, no, I totally get that, and respect that for sure. That's how you want to start. And it's easy to understand.
How efficient EuroChris is playing by pressing down. It almost looks like 19 speed. He's getting those pieces over so quickly and pressing down so quickly that he's playing in fast forward. It doesn't look like the same game, but if you look at the two sides.
And all of that with his thumbs.
He does not live in California. That is his hands making all of that motion on his device.
That's seeing that's how you had to play in the NWC. Like, that's how we had to, because we had a time limit, and playing skillfully and having good movement, was rewarded. I actually think there's huge virtue in rewarding not just left right movement, but also being able to push down, be time efficient on a larger level. That is something that's very beautiful at NWC. I'd like to see a little more of that.
Look how dangerous that is! That nub and
yes, tire. That's, if the right piece didn't come, that's YOLO. That's deadly.
It is a best 3 of 5. So,
Chris,
I think the
already
idea
almost at transition.
Yeah, it's to get way ahead.
Yeah, that's like
points and pace and just
more than 50 lines ahead. Hitting 100 before your opponent even hits 50.
he's gonna try to make Gunter feel like he's gonna walk the Appalachian Trail, like the entire thing. Like it's possible, but it's gonna take you a long time to do it, and there's a lot of places.
I'm seeing shades of Thor Ackerland here, man. Look at this.
Yeah.
It is awe-inspiring.
And just moving as well to wherever the well feels like being at that time. Like that amount of flexibility there.
As classic Quaid. And I'm glad that style is alive with some players. You know how there's a movement to homogenize.
Yeah, I
don't.
I don't like the homogenization either. I like seeing different play styles and players adding them to, the mix.
And if the player has the personality like a Quaid to go along with the crazy style, then it sticks, at least for that player or a couple other people to copy. So I'm all for it.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how this, if the outcome is really gonna, it might, affect the players who watch us. What style are they gonna go? Are they gonna go quick and aggressive, or are they gonna play slow and methodical?
Just moving as well from 4 to 7 now to, or from 5 to 7 now to 4.
Yeah, I kind of miss seeing play like this. This is refreshing.
But efficiency-wise, Gunter is tearing it up.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Huge contrast.
We don't have Tetris rates available, obviously, but he's got to be pushing 70% at least. 184 through 69 lines, hey now.
I mean, someone can always watch the video and we get the Tetris rate later.
I mean, 12,000 per Tetris, so that's at least 15, 16 Tetrises.
Yeah, you would need 15 Tetrises to get there.
Almost 100
Yeah, I
lines
think he's
ahead.
sitting at about 80% right now.
Yeah, that's crazy. As I said, it was super, super, super efficient. So a huge contrast in play styles.
Yeah.
We're going to see a transition to level 20 here soon. So it's kind of hard to say where it's going to be, but it's not going to probably be at that 500,000 we've seen earlier.
This is so... I don't think I've seen such, like, a wild, like, we don't know what's going to happen moment. There's just, like, we just don't know what's going to happen. Because it can all end so suddenly.
They're literally not playing the same game. So we can't really say who's ahead. I mean, we know who's ahead at that flash moment.
Right.
But the finish line is so far ahead, we don't know who's going to reach it.
Yeah, I mean, it could even end in a max out. And in that case, yeah, Gunter's way ahead in terms of pace. So Gunter's board right now needs some cleanup. There's looking like type B down there.
So like that 80% pace is going to be dissolved with this solve because he's going to
Oh no, it just hit that Euro tops out.
EuroChrisKA giving a goal to shoot for there. Looked like 462, but we'll wait for confirmation.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. Probably the biggest pace down of the day.
I was looking at Gunter's solve here because he's still working on that 3-line solve with all the trash on top of it.
What happened was EuroChris had a center well built up and was waiting for the long bar, and he was chucking stuff left and right. Long bar never came, and it just top out just happened so fast. 462, 259.
That's a heck of a number.
Gunter's board getting a little messy here.
The line will give you at least a double, split, triple. Okay.
But about to transition to level 10 with the next line clear here.
These players can handle that slight hiccup and increase speed. You can still see the micro adjustment. Square burst. Worst time for a square burst.
He's gonna need
pieces
in that. Yeah, it's starting to spiral here.
Not many good places for these S blocks either.
Oh,
And
man.
another square, of
It just keeps
course.
giving them squares and
1,
S's.
2.
Oh my gosh.
Feels like a 70s game show when the host is handing out $100
Okay.
bills.
Set up for the dirty. Ooh, dependencies forming.
Oh, they got it.
Got it, finally. Boom, Tetris
Oh,
or Gunter.
the
258,
relief.
746.
So we're still maybe about 15,000 points per Tetris right now. Not quite. So still quite a long ways to go to get to 363.
Yeah. So Gunter's got to get that board under control and then in position to line it out and score. Although there's quite a bit of runway to 20, so Gunter could take an aggressive route.
Normally it's the French that have like the slow lunch breaks, you know? And the Germans are the ones that are intense. Kind of role reversal here with the stereotypes.
Okay, Gunter burning that down, getting it clean. Opts
nice.
to build on top of
Oh.
row 1. Gonna take the dirty if once that line or once the long bar comes. Uh-oh.
Getting some
Game be trolling.
inopportune pieces here.
Home Tetris for Gunter. Now up to 285,000 points. Still a ways.
Getting aggressive still. I mean, this is a chase down. And you don't know if that line's coming or not. Of course it's coming as soon as I say that. Commentator blessing.
Okay,
See,
ready for another Tetris?
We do that from time to time, you know. We predict the bad thing and the good thing happens.
Mhm.
Nice adjustment and seeing the square coming.
Yep. Is he gonna take the triple or is he gonna... Yeah, he's gonna take the triple. Cleans it out. Back to a clean board.
Man, so much more to go.
Just some good methodical play here from Gunter.
Methodical's an understatement. One of the most famous chase downs of all time was when Paul Tezzi, Mega Retro Man, was chasing down Jonas in that upset in 2019. And he was on level 18 pressing down, getting dirty Tetrises. This is the complete opposite of that.
Okay.
Now, bear in mind, Gunter's personal best is 466,590.
Wow.
Oh boy, that's a curse. I might clip that.
You can't even tell, like, from this play here. It's so precise, and you would think that the max out's in range here, but yeah, if the PB is getting scraped, then this is monumental either way.
He's having the run of his life already. Why not add to it and get a heart on the number 1 seed, number 2 seed? Either way.
Definitely within reach. Less than 100,000 points now.
Now that also tells me if the PB is not that into the 400,000s, that level 20 play is probably
Yeah, level 20 might be a problem.
So that would mean get your
Take your
Tetris now
points.
before
Yep. Make your points
level
now
20.
while you can. And there's runway. He needs like about 3 or 4 Tetrises. And that's
He's ready. And it's beautiful and it's low.
Yep, if he plays methodically, he could transition. He could transition at the score he needs.
Okay,
being aggressive with that line could have taken a...
It.
Knowing that the art is the way it is, using lines to fill dependencies is a smarter play, it seems like, in this version of the game.
Yeah, 2 Tetrises to go. Should do it.
Getting uncomfortable.
Okay,
Flat burn this one. Oh, he's not burning. Aggressive again. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
One.
Takes the smart double on that O block.
Yeah, you don't need a Tetris at this point. You can line out now.
Oh, doesn't get the double.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Couple more doubles. Okay, takes the double. Gets 460.
3,000 to go.
3,000 points. 3,000. Yep, almost there.
1,000.
And he has
Not
it.
Gunter.
There it is.
Gunter
Way to
taking the
go.
first heart of the match.
And a long-awaited successful chase down from long range. GG's.
Tortoise won.
And Gunter
Care
getting a
nothing.
new PB, 467.
I would say mulling it, but okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Now, Gunter's primarily a
one-
tournament
yeah,
player, so he doesn't really
right.
play for high scores very often.
So it's a deceptive PB. I like it.
It's a deceptive. It's the backdoor PB.
okay, we just got the message. 513 is actually PB. You just said. So
Oh,
no, we
him-
weren't robbing him of a mullen. It's fine.
We have him on the scoreboard here as 466.
Ah.
So that needs to be updated, I guess.
Well, what matters is hearts, and he has a heart versus
That's huge.
one of the top players in this bracket. 2 hearts away from taking the title.
Excellent play there, Gunter. Amazing
Yeah,
chase down.
Yeah, it's a bigger chase down than most people realize. I mean, considering how many failed chase downs we've seen today, it's kind of nice to actually see one play out.
Yeah, when
You could sense the nervousness near that end there. You like it was smooth, and it's like, okay, it's getting a little too quick. The pieces aren't coming quite right. It's like every single Tetris was needed there. That could have turned south quickly.
Yep.
and just incredibly efficient play. Like, he was on pace for a really good
Yeah.
transition there.
Yeah, definitely one of the best scores we've seen all day.
Andrew's asking for Gunter's PB in the chat so that he can update it on the leaderboard on the Discord. And Gunter, are you ready for the next match there?
Got hover thumbs on the left.
And
hover
on the
thumbs
right.
On the right.
So we can start the next match in 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
One.
Tetris.
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 Tris.
Away we go. Let's see if EuroChris changes up the hairstyle we saw last round.
I'm still seeing the push down, so looking to see
Up.
more blazing speed.
I think he's kind of going back and forth every piece now.
I think that might just be stream lag.
He's so fast, he's manipulating time.
Making that webcam work for it.
Making temporal anomalies with your Tetris play.
I mean, hey.
Opting to just kind of let that long bar fall on its own. So, yeah.
Absolutely zero press down. Oh, now there's some press down points on Gunter's board.
Just for you.
As soon as I noticed that there was 0, flips that ones digit.
Yep.
And now EuroChris, slowing it down.
Yep.
That's respect of your opponent. That's what that is.
Taking the long bar break.
So what is the monthly schedule? You guys mentioned a monthly turn before. What do you kind of do in this scene?
So far this year we were a little bit disorganized at the beginning of the year, but we usually do monthly casuals on the Discord, so just anybody can join. We have some casual versus matches and tournaments, and then we like to every few months do a bigger tournament.
And like you mentioned earlier, it was like a 90-minute qualifier time, similar to CTM, a top score out of
Yeah.
that time bracket.
Yeah, for our bigger tournaments, we do the qualifiers, which are usually 90 minutes. And then we're also in discussions about starting a league as well.
Now, how do players go uncapped in that situation? Do they use like a calculator, or is there a ROM editor?
They use a calculator.
Okay. Guess it would be too hard because once you get to there's no max outs pre-level 20, so you basically just hit the Tetris. There's only one level button to worry about post.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
So do you prefer to do it that way, or is the line count max out method more popular, or is there a preference?
So the line count max out is used for tournament play, but not for qualifiers.
I see.
All right.
Qualifiers, we like to just
Dead
keep all
board.
about how many points can you get.
Okay. And then that's just like on stream, and then they calculate it later and then post the numbers or whatever, and then people can check it if they want.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
theoretically,
this,
somebody could play the whole one game, the whole 90 minutes, and then just like play. I don't know. I mean, I guess it could be infinitely, right? If they're that good.
Yeah, if they're that good, I mean, they could just keep going for as long as they wanted to, because we don't cap you at the 90 minutes.
Yeah,
if you're
yeah,
mid-game.
right. Once you start your game, you start your game. So I'm just like, wow, that could be a really funny way to get a PB. It's like, I was just trying to qualify for a tournament. I was playing for 4 days straight, and then I passed out.
So since it's an infinite game, is there a world record? And is it prestigious?
So currently, the highest score sitting on our level 9 start high score list is BlueScuti with a score of 2,331,445.
Okay, so we haven't gotten to crazy. Since the scores don't graduate anymore, that's, you said half an hour, 45 minutes of play?
Roughly about 45. So about half an hour to get your max out going.
Ooh, look at this dirty Tetris from Gunter.
Now, BlueScuti also has a 9 heart start run, which again is level 9 points, but way faster, sitting at 3.2 million.
Oh, okay. But that doesn't count because it wasn't using that rule sets limit.
Well, it still
harder.
counts. It's just different category.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, some interesting situations here for Gunter, but
Yeah,
also
I mean, they're survivable,
playing
but they're ugly. Yeah.
very high and still pressing down, so one mistake could blow this board.
Yeah, both players definitely in a bit of a pickle here. That Tetris is going to clear it up for Chris.
Gunter needs a
Gunter
line.
needs a long bar now. Okay, he's gonna have to skim it off the top and get some better pieces. Oh man, Z's and S's are gonna be brutal here.
Okay, gets the line clear. I didn't see that at first. I thought that was gonna be bad.
Still needs some good pieces to hang over. Okay, it's a little bit messy on that left side.
Wow.
That's gonna be hard to dig, but maybe Gunter could pull it off.
Now this might be the point where ChrisKA turns up the speed and leaves Gunter in the dust, because he's obviously not playing as efficient as he did in game 1.
Ooh,
man.
I don't know how Gunter's going to pull himself out of this one. This is not a good place to be.
Yeah, like the RNG on the pieces is really going to be pivotal here because, yeah, it's not giving him what he needs for flat burns all the time. And he got one there, but is it going to hold up?
Yeah, because of course, when you need good pieces, we're going to send you O's and Z's.
Oh, this is tough. I'd be flat burn that.
Can he get this to the left of the
All
tee? Flip it.
And that's a top out, giving EuroChrisKA the second point.
What was once a best of 5 is now a best of 3.
Yep.
Oh, cliche lines are fun.
Excellent play by EuroChrisKA, and you can top out.
Now, what I want to know is it possible to take a data from a Game Boy from a link cable port, get that to a computer somehow, and play net play with that? That would be
We
interesting.
actually... So I don't know terribly much about it. We have someone working on it.
Wow.
Yeah, there is somebody in the Discord who is working on NetPlay. So we have a device, but it's kind of prototypey and not like in mass production. We just have a guy who knows how to make it.
All right. Well, we should go on about that after we get our next game started.
I'll get if Andrew could post more about that in the chat, that would be best because he knows way more about it than I do.
Team Euro.
And if I could get Chris just to power cycle his Game Boy quickly to clear the leaderboard.
I mean, it is just 12,000. If he doesn't break 12,000 this next game, then...
Yeah, true. We can probably power cycle it next time. And if both players are ready there... They can start in 3, 2, 1.
1.
Tetris.
Tetris.
The patience just to let that drop like that. Okay, now he's pressing
Yeah.
down Gunter, but just letting any piece like that fall all the way to the bottom.
Is he pushing down and like not taking the push down points or something?
Don't know. It's not every piece. It's...
No, I think that's just stream lag on his end.
Oh, so he's not actually pushing. Well,
That
see, I've seen
now he is.
There were some pieces where that were dropping all the way down. Like I said, it's only level 9 start, 12,000 points of Tetris.
Yep. Gunter kind of built up here.
And whether they start at level 9 traditional or level 9 heart, the points distribution would still be the same.
Correct.
I imagine our players are good enough that 19 starts are a possibility, but that does make the game a little less dramatic because there would only be one transition at level 20.
Right. And people wouldn't be taking risks on these lower, like the lower levels are here and you can play aggressively, which is kind of nice. You want to have that progression, that ramping up.
I will always be a proponent in NES Tetris for level 18 start. You do want that variance of gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's tough to decide what the best start on Game Boy would be. Because if you were to do like a level 5 heart start, for example, the points would just be very low at that point because you're getting level 5 points.
Yeah.
And the skill of a level 15 Tetris would be worth diddly squat next to a level 19, 20 Tetris. So you really have to be careful. I think if you get to a heart start, you really only have the one option of 19 of level 9 heart.
Exactly.
Yeah, and
Gunter's in
that's
some trouble.
probably
Yeah, Gunter definitely in a bad place here. But makes
P
good
sequence
choices.
comes.
almost out.
Square would have been better, but you couldn't change your mind on that. Now it's free. Now will the line come?
Great time for an L
Also,
block.
EuroChrisKA, look at that. All right. As soon as I mention it, it's out of danger. I'm trying to. It's the traditional going back and forth, and especially with a shaky actual Game Boy like EuroChrisKA uses.
I wonder if valid strat is if you know your opponent's having hardware problems to just play super slow.
Let the battery die.
Yeah, it's like, well, my hardware's better, so. Or you got I've got AC power and you don't, so it's just like, yeah.
We'll just keep this match going as long as possible.
Yep.
You're using Pound Town batteries, so I know I've got the advantage.
All singles.
All single, no push down. Put
Wow,
that
look at
on your
formation.
put that on your Tinder profile.
Oh, excellent RNG sequence for ChrisKA.
Yeah, Chris
was-
pushing down on everything, and then the long bar comes and just nope, no push down.
Got to take the long break.
That's some
Savoring
some
that
ro-
slide down the well.
that's kind of romantic, honestly. You know, not pushing that, no. Speed up, slow down. A little flirtatious.
Enjoying that maneuver.
Dancing Longbar is saying that he thinks when EuroChrisKA lets a piece glide down slowly, it's because he's reading the chat on his stream.
You know, that works too.
Which would not surprise me at all.
Right.
Well, I know the teenagers in Discord and the NES scene all like to live chat during their matches there. Ooh, early shift for Gunter. This could be it. Oh, the line piece
Okay.
comes one piece too late.
Gonna need that rare L.
No good places for these
Ooh,
pieces.
Okay,
The
Matt
Oh
just
my
line,
god,
line,
the right
perfect.
pieces to
Double
double line.
Tetris.
wow. Cashing in on that one. And survives and back into safety.
The double
I was
Tetris
like,
with no hold chamber. And to think this was the improved RNG. I'm sure I believe it, but I'm just really want to see the old version now.
I would love to see the original version.
Any of those prototype collectors out there can find it.
maybe, yeah. Well, Tetris is an odd one though, because it has such a turbulent history. Like they probably rushed that thing out pretty fast from from everything I've seen. Like there wasn't a whole lot of like they wouldn't have sent it to magazines, they wouldn't have sent it like it wouldn't for such a prototype to exist, like that would be pretty amazing. Because
Yeah, you would have
if
to get it
someone
like straight from a Nintendo insider from back then.
I've played
yeah,
a Dr. Mario prototype called Virus, which was some obvious different choices in gameplay design in there. So something could exist. And there is a Tetris version 1, which is pretty much the same as this, that has different music. That was
right,
publicly released in Japan. So
yeah, Japan got one revision.
it's got to be up there somewhere.
ChrisKA sitting at 241,000 to Gunter's 200,007.
Darth Bunny's talking one has different level transitions, so possibly maybe version 1 did have the old RNG. I've never played it. I've only like watched people play it, so I never. Oh, EuroChrisKA. That's not burn. That's not a line. That's shaking the screen. That's desperation.
Ooh, right
my
side
goodness,
looks
look at-
bad. It's gotta
look
have
at
to
the
burn that
hyper-
down. Yeah.
Heart
Toni
rate
got
up
the
at
hyper-
110.
Survivable.
But he's getting. Can he get the line over? Can he get over? He got it.
Oh,
but
and
that's
he
not gonna be it.
tops.
Where was the score at?
It was hard to tell with the shaking.
3, yeah.
His heart rate up at 110.
Nothing like a nice, relaxing, slow rocket takeoff to get the heart rate down.
Yeah, can you stencil the heart rate on there, like in real time?
Up there at 117 right now.
Oh, I see. It's part of the profile thing. Okay.
Yeah.
But Gunter's not out of this, although the triple's going to help.
Yeah, back to
With the
clean.
250,
261.
So one more Tetris.
Is
First
Gunter
things
gonna
first.
upset the whole tournament?
First things first, got to get to 262. Let's not jump ahead of ourselves here.
Right, because
Tetris should
13
get
seed.
close.
Five 8.
258. This will do it. Triple.
And that
That's
hits
it.
it.
263. Perfect amount.
Gunter taking round 3. Just needs one more win to clutch the tournament.
Oh my goodness, what a story so far.
Yeah, this is already just an excellent showpiece of the potential for Game Boy Tetris going forward.
And if we can get both players to power cycle their Game Boys and clear their scoreboards.
Gunter's got the dance going. Now is on time on sprockets that we dance. Old guy. ChrisKA got it. That's all that matters to me.
Yeah, I just aged myself by knowing what that was.
That was a skit from around the time this game came out.
EuroChris,
I mean, I
please
guess
reset.
it's culturally relevant in a way.
Oh, lordy.
Don't know
Thumbs up.
how
I think
to
you did not
say
hear the
that.
message to well, if he's reading chat during in-betweens, he should be reading chat now. Definitely not listening to us, which I do not blame. We're talking Sprockets references from 1991.
I don't know how to say that. Zurücksetzen? Zurücksetzen sein Gameboy? Danke. My German is terrible.
All right, just about ready here.
Thank you very much. And if both players are ready, we can get the next round underway. And they can start off in 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Tetris.
Tetris. Tris. Vince says so much Chris. Yeah, there should be the caster names on there too. Then there'd be like 3 Chris's named on the screen right now.
I'm gonna go change my name to Chris real quick. Just change my screen name to Chris Aiden.
Okay, so it looks like EuroChris is playing slow and methodical this time. And it's Gunter with a built-up board. Pushing down on the long bar. So, see if this changes anything.
There's those spires that you talked about. The RNG just forces you to play uncomfortably.
It really does. It seems like it wouldn't be such a big deal on paper, but in practice it causes the flow of the game to be interrupted in a way that it just isn't on NES.
I mean, coming into this, I was assuming that we would see a lot more burns. And we haven't really, because it's only level 9. We've just seen people opt to play at the top of the board, dance around with their hyper tapping skills, and rely on that to keep that efficiency rate up. And because the chase downs we've seen, not too many, a lot of them have been unsuccessful. It seems to be keeping that efficiency up is the most important aspect of this game.
Yeah, and we
Yeah.
definitely, a lot of our players have that kind of daredevil attitude where they're just willing to play high and take those risks. So I'm interested to see how that'll develop as time goes on.
And that's
Yeah.
the argument for keeping level 9.
I think you do kind of want to build a rule set that allows for that allows for aggressive play if needed. Have that option. Maybe even reward it somehow.
Yeah, it's definitely important to keep aggressive play rewarded and various play styles rewarded as well.
Yeah, that's when I saw some of the play earlier, seeing the pieces moved Thor Ackerland style, it reminded me of just how exciting that was in the NWC, seeing players capabilities like that rather than just kind of letting pieces fall, and everybody kind of playing the same.
Especially in NWC and level 0. You had to.
Yeah.
And
There's an advantage. You'd score higher if you were able to progress the levels faster. And of course, make more lines, make more Tetrises.
getting a Tetris to level 0, it's not so much the measly 1,200 points, it was getting to level 1, which doubled those points, and getting to level 2.
Gunter keeping himself flexible here as he's playing, eking out the Tetrises where he can.
Yeah, it's so interesting that EuroChris
Gunter's
right now
ahead
is
in
playing,
lines.
EuroChris right now is playing, on the ropes. Is changing it up, and pretty. I mean, it looks pretty intentional at this point. So to see if this change, is an adjustment that shifts momentum back, we will see.
I am a believer in playing the style that gives you the most success. I don't like changing up in the middle of, especially of a championship round. But in the best of 5 situation, if you find that your style in the first 3 games just ain't cutting it, then if you're about to lose, then change up. I mean, there's an argument for that.
I remember like in like the Tetris Effect Connected Classic Score Attack Championships, you had a player like Kirby who was like down, I think like 2-0 or something, and then changed to like a lower level, and that like was enough to turn the tables completely. So things like that are interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely him slowing down. We'll see what kind of an effect it has on his final score, but he definitely wants this.
Yeah, I mean the pace is there, behind in lines, but scores are neck and neck. And that's the first time we've seen that. Before it was just like all speed, way ahead in lines, and Gunter had the pace, but now it's the other way around.
And look at the heart rate, 99. So when you're playing at home without the cameras on, without the weird streaming setup, perhaps your heart rate is down to about that 90 level. So maybe that's what needs to be normalized, not necessarily the pace of play or the strategy of play.
Yeah, different people have different outcomes. I think I actually play better under a lot of pressure.
There's a debate even in real sports about that, like people that are quote unquote clutch, and baseball statistical nerds will talk about how there is no such thing as clutch. I think that maybe there's no such thing as clutch, but perhaps that you decline less than your opponent, not so much that you're better under
Mm-hmm.
pressure. And that
Yeah,
would
players.
be the 99 heart rate right now for EuroChrisKA.
Boom, Tetris for EuroChrisKA. Okay, Gunter getting back some of that pace now, playing very efficiently. Boom, Tetris for Gunter.
Yeah, it looks like
No
Gunter
down on
slowed
that.
it down. Might be
Yeah.
taking some of the commentator advice.
Yeah, definitely saw that change there. Not even pushing down on the Tetris there.
Because let's be honest, I'm sure he's comfortable playing at the higher speeds. And when you're comfortable, your heart rate isn't at 120. So getting out of that discomfort is a reason for doing this.
Excellent time for an L block to fit
Yep,
into that Z
that rare
that there was
L.
just really nowhere to put.
A litz, vertical or line to an L tuck. But we do have a
Yeah.
close game. Gunter is ahead now. We've reversed roles. It's about a 15 line advantage.
You could look at that
Pace-wise.
board and see how rare the L is. Jeez.
Yeah, really. Currently, there's none of them on.
Yeah, there weren't any. Then he got that one, and then it got cleared out, and everything else is just populating, and there's just like one there.
So, a 17 line advantage, disadvantage for Gunter, a 40,000 point lead, but you have 48,000 points and 4 Tetrises. That's a virtual tie game. So let's see what happens once we hit level 10 and the speed starts going up, if we're going to change play
Yep.
styles here or not.
That might actually have unexpected results because if both players are playing slow, when things get faster, are they going to be warmed up? That, playing fast always may be a strat for handling the higher levels where you're going to need a bigger score to beat your opponent. Once you've passed the point where an early top out is no longer a possibility, then you're going to have to start upping your pace.
The sheer amount of focus on Gunter's face right now, he is determined.
Heart rate up to 105.
Sitting here with 219,000 for Gunter, 181,000 for EuroChrisKA. But Gunter ahead by
10.
17 lines.
Yeah, so now we're going to start seeing those speed changes, at least on Gunter's side, and if that has an effect on accuracy or pace. Yeah, I mean, this is the slowest we've seen any of the players both playing at the same time. Like, usually there will be one fast player and one slow player. Now we're both seeing them dial it way down.
Gunter again with that single L on the playing field.
It's that clear blue color. Makes it so obvious. It's the only piece
There's
it has.
no obvious. Okay.
Gunter getting to a situation where there's not a place for every piece, and it's either cover the well or die, basically, because there was really no place to put some of those pieces, but manages to get it cleaned up and get the traditional left well set up.
Yep.
And that's what you don't want to see on your board, is when you don't have a place to accommodate O blocks or S blocks, you're basically done for at that point.
Yeah, that's when you start relying on when you get the piece that doesn't fit, then you'll have to look at what's ahead and hopefully come up with a solve that
Because really,
doesn't cause a mess.
if you look at the distribution, because you have the S blocks and the O blocks are fairly distinct. You got the dark blue with the white centers, and then the black and white blocks. Those are predominantly what are covering his board right now.
Yeah. Okay, EuroChrisKA getting to 100 lines here. First speed transition. Yeah, both players just dialed back their speed. And I mean, Gunter played
Like
fast early on.
5 squares in a row.
Wow. And another one. Couldn't get it all the way over.
Yep. Now he's got a ZO burst going. Here's another couple of them.
He got it over, though. Wow, that was risky. If that hung up,
Yeah, that would leave the right
that was a
side.
little
unsolved.
unnecessary, but got it.
Yeah.
It did it again. That's faith in your ability.
More. Doesn't put it on top.
Playing some shove at the warehouse game here. It's the Japanese name of that title. They had that on like every system back in the day.
No one knows what Sokoban is, but everybody knows what
Sokoban.
shove it is.
Yes, because it's so terrible. Sokoban, thank you.
Yeah, that'd be a funny thing to add to our tournament lineup. Shove it. World Championships.
We're looking at about 50% of his board being O blocks right now.
That is nuts.
And this is Game Boy RNG, people.
Can't wait to see CTWC 2028. Tetris, Game Boy Tetris, shove it, faceball.
I mean, if you have your EuroChrisKA, EuroChrisKA. Get something in that crap. Get something in there. Get something in there. Come on.
Left side.
Oh my god. Chris tops out
with the reset and reset
Gunter.
Game Boy, so.
Gunter was ahead. Yep.
That's it. We have a
Gunter
champion.
Was ahead. We have our champion.
Can
we get a whoop in the chat?
Classic Tetris World Champion GB is Gunter.
Oh my god. Gunter, you absolute madman. Congratulations. GG's to EuroChrisKA. Such an underdog story.
What a ride.
Let's get that bracket up on screen.
Yeah, 13th seed. Battling against the odds and taking out taking out MarQ is just already an accomplishment, but yeah, going all the way.
An underdog every round.
Just
way to go.
Completely out of nowhere, the assassin.
Germany, right, had to get through both Germans.
The French assassin just coming in and cutting through the competition.
I don't know if ChrisKA's left the chat just yet. I know he's a little frustrated, but I still do want to go ahead and send you that capture device. I'm going to order for myself, and I'm going to order 2 and send one to you. So message me in Discord, and I'll get that arranged. Congratulations on your run.
Yeah, if we can get somebody who speaks German to translate that offer to ChrisKA, let him know that Chris Bidwell's going to message him and send him one of the Game Boy interceptors if he wants one.
And I do propose if we make a trophy for this version of the game, we have to make it an O block.
We now crown you, Gunter, King of the O blocks.
What a crazy last game. How many, the percentages? It had to be nearly half the pieces.
Right?
Yeah, I mean,
I need stats, damn it.
Dude, keep the VOD of this and then like run it through the OCR thing later. Like when we have one.
Yeah,
which is
absolutely.
inevitable when we've got GB GB Tris champs or whatever.
Yeah, but it's like just surviving a game like that was extremely skillful. Being ahead when that happened, just that could have gone the other way with such terrible RNG, and he survived and thrived. What a final.
100%. Gunter, would you like to say a few words? Tell us how you're feeling.
Yeah, sure. I don't know. I'm really surprised I won. Like,
Never give up.
yeah, I just feel like I was stacking pretty well, despite not being good at level 20. And yeah, it worked out for some reason. People just kept topping out before me, but I didn't think I could win without getting a single 500k.
Consistency is important, and you've got that. You know, like in years before, even on previous Tetrises, players like Jonas would be consistent and they would survive, and the other player would top out first, and you were channeling that today.
Yeah, it's definitely true, and I don't know. It feels so weird being commentated by you, Chris, as well. Like I've watched, all those. Oh.
Let's go.
He's got himself a whole party over there to celebrate.
Having watched like the CTWC videos and stuff, like I don't know, it feels a bit unreal to be commentated by you guys.
We're happy to be here, and we're really honored to be a part of this. Game Boy Tetris is a huge game that, 13 years ago, we started the CTWC asking the question of who's the best Tetris player in the world. But most people would think about Game Boy Tetris. So you becoming the first CTWC GB champion is, a monumental achievement. It took us this long to get here, to build a scene, to be able to build a secondary scene, and to try to drive interest and, find out who the best Tetris Game Boy player in the world is. And that's you, Gunter.
I don't know. I think MarQ is also pretty good. But
he had to get through you, and you beat him. So, we got to play when it counts. And, here we are.
You're the man, and we hope to be live next year, and I hope to see you there. So,
yeah, definitely. Yeah, I wanna be there too. No, it was a great tournament. Thank you guys, and yeah, I hope it's gonna bring a few more people to the scene. Maybe a few more French people. It's a pretty small community here. It's a pretty small community in France, so maybe it will inspire a couple of players to join. We will see.
Put Chris Forrest on a job; he'll take care of it.
Absolutely, and anyone wanting to join the Discord can go and type !Discord in the chat, or go to tinyurl/gameboy-tetris or GB-tetris.
Right on the screen there. Yep.
Right on the screen. Just go to that link and you can come into our Discord, play some casuals, get your high score on the list.
Yeah, it's nice to play some Game Boy. It changes from NES. It's such a different game.
Yeah, and you actually played NES like a few hours ago. So
Yes.
you had to switch gears in order to perform well here, and not everybody can do that.
Well, since I'm a DAS player, it's actually much easier to switch from NES to
the stylus is different. Yeah.
Game Boy to NES is much harder because my DAS timing gets all messed up. Going from DAS to tap, it's much easier. Now I gotta get a max out with tap if I can tap.
I'm sure you can. Yeah.
Ah man, no, it was great.
Well,
It was
super
great.
proud to have you here, and just amazing play, and congratulations.
Congratulations.
And GG to EuroChrisKA as well for getting to the final. Maybe it was a bit too stressed. I was too tired to be stressed, so I wasn't stressed at all. Maybe that's why my heart rate might have been pretty low. Who knows?
Absolutely. And I want to just give a big heartfelt thank you to CTWC, to Vince, and to both Chris's for letting us use their platform and show you guys what Game Boy Tetris is all about.
Yeah,
My
really
pleasure, for sure. What a fun
honored
time.
to be part of this.
Oh, dancing long bar. Thank you. Yeah, I almost withdrew from the tournament because it was complicated for me to set up everything I needed here in Poland. But I'm glad I didn't withdraw in the end.
I'm certainly glad that you didn't either, because that was a huge underdog story, and that's gonna be there forever as our first CTWC GB tournament.
Nice.
So thank
right.
you very much.
Yeah, keep on playing. We look forward to seeing you in the next one.
Thank you. I'll go eat some pizza now. See you guys.
Absolutely. Have a good day.
Goodbye.
Just amazing. Thank you both you Chris's, Bidwell and Tang. Such an amazing tournament, such an amazing day, and it wouldn't have happened without you guys, without Vince, and without the CTWC.
Happy to be part of it, and let's watch this thing grow. We got a strong start. Let's keep it going, and who knows? We'll have huge events. Get this thing on this part of it, maybe on the Ocho or something someday. ESPN, who knows? A lot of people know Game Boy Tetris. Let's show the world.
Absolutely, and I'm 100% down with doing this again.
Pencil me in. I'm in. Let's go.
Excellent.
Okay.
Well, we're going to end the stream. Thank you all for watching.
Thanks
without
so much
you
for tuning
viewers,
in, helping support this community. It's a offshoot of an offshoot, kind of, and we want to see it, get the kind of attention that it deserves. And a lot of people around the world love this game, so turn it into something amazing that can entertain generations to come. Maybe we'll have new generations of players come in and enjoy it, same as we did for NES Tetris.
But everyone out there, have fun, have a great day, and keep stacking.
Boom, Tetris for you.